recording of that issue. Okay, perfect. We do appear to be back. I've already done a little bit of stuff. I also did a little bit of looking into it. Apparently, we actually might beat this game today. We are pretty close to the end. Who knew? So we shall see. We've got basically 3 major quests in the final dungeon. So, we'll see. I'm not going to push it. After all, I still have to do rumination on this one. Not that I have much to talk about. So here's this game, right?
Blazes. Battle noises. They're already inside.
They are. Come. Let's go get an overview.
Do I have to?
Ellen's reigns. This doesn't look good.
Tahar, you're awake.
He is. And he has got some interesting stories to tell.
But they'll have to wait. Where are Isgrim and Gore?
I don't know. They weren't in the Nexus when the fight broke out. I'd say they've taken matters into their own hands.
What are your orders, Tahar? This doesn't look good.
We have to seal the entrances. If they breach through either one of them, we're done with.
Then we need to split up. I'll get some of my men and make a stand in the southwest.
Then I'll take over the northwest. That's the hardest one for them to reach, so chances are they still haven't made it.
Then we'll help you.
Good. And Tahar, if what that scout said is true, and House Utran is really part of this attack, don't harm her. I know my sister. This does not make any sense at all. There must be a reason for all of this.
Got it. Kill sister immediately.
I'll do my best. Good luck, Angar. We'll come to your help once the other entrances are secured.
Do that. Nihalth guide your sword, Tahar.
Yes? Yes?
We'll make short work of them.
Yes?
Oh, whatever. What it is
Prepare
first.
yourselves.
OBS. Has not crashed.
Well,
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Stay where you are. These things aren't just here for bugger and blast. You just had to find out for yourself, didn't you?
He warned him.
What the... Tahar? Is that you?
I'll explain later. What's the situation? What are those things?
My newest invention. Or, to be more precise, my newly recovered Shaper technology. I call them, Death Towers.
Death Towers.
Yeah. While you were asleep, I did some more research on how the Shapers use the Nexus to defend their city. This is the result, though they won't hold forever. And my gut tells me the Utrans are up to something, because I haven't seen Lady Moira yet.
So it's true? House Utran is fighting for the purity?
Yeah, and quite viciously so. In other words, your awakening couldn't be more timely.
What do you suggest?
Well, as you know, I'm not the best at tacticians, but from what I saw, the attacks are currently coordinated by 2 Utran commanders. If we stay here and make sure no one gets through, you could take out those commanders in the meantime.
Got it. I'll come back when it's done.
Good. Nihalf guide your blade, friend.
Whatever's necessary.
I'm still muted. At some point, Twitch will get fixed on its own, I'm sure. I have no idea when. No idea what's going on with Twitch right now. It literally wouldn't even start the stream for a bit there, so I'm guessing that's related. On with the show for right now.
Control. Need control. So much blood.
Don't worry about the blood.
Now let's find the other one.
You picked the wrong enemies.
Yes, you read my mind.
Sorry. Suppose I should heal a little bit. Where's my heal? Oh my god, I don't have a heal. No! Yeah, I do. It's right there. Heal. Heal.
Yes?
Blazes! That's Lady Myra Utran. We need to help Iskrim.
I'll make it quick.
They will...
Coming. Alright, Isgrim.
Is this really necessary?
I mean, it's a valid question. I don't think this is actually necessary. But these people are being pretty stupid, so, you know.
Die already!
Blazes! What's the matter with her?
All right. One more step and I'll slit my throat.
Lady Mira, what?
Shut up!
Tell me one reason I shouldn't kill you.
Let me think. How about the fact that if I die, the Utran lands will fall into chaos and you'll have another civil war at hand? Just what you need right now, isn't it? Not to mention that the poor, precious Lord Marshal would be heartbroken losing his sister like that.
I hate to say it, but she's right. We cannot let her die.
But I don't understand. Why did you betray the crown? Explain yourself.
Explain yourself. Oh, Tahar, you misunderstand the situation. You're not in a position to give orders. So here's what's gonna happen. You will let me walk away unharmed. You can have my soldiers, I don't care. But if you make only one wrong move, I will end this by slitting my throat.
Lady Mira, what?
You heard me. So, Tahar, what shall it be?
Fine. Get out of here.
A man of reason. One more thing, though, before I leave.
What?
You will repent. All of you.
Yeah, sure thing, Lacane.
House hammer. What? I mean, what was that?
I have absolutely no idea.
I was say I heard his voice under there because you know I'm not deaf.
That is... Wait, I have a theory.
About what happened to Myra?
Yeah, but let's talk about that later. I think this entrance should be safe for now. The Death Towers will make sure of that. But what about the rest of the city?
I'm on it. We'll meet at the Nexus when, if, this mess is taken care of. Be on your guard, Iskrim.
Of course. Thank you again, Tahar. I'm glad you're back.
What? Here to help. Here we go.
West, the southeast, and the northeastern entrance are still undefended.
Then we need to take care of them.
So we've got... Who's that? That's Gore. There's Andar. There's... Iria. Let's do this one first. I think that's just full-on control, Magister. I mean, I could be wrong with Coles. Probably gonna be wrong. More debate, more debate, more debate. Let's do this one. We here yet? No. What do I have for lunch? A burrito!
Whatever's necessary.
As I told Linnea Ruth earlier, I like to have quick and easy food that doesn't require cooking for lunches so I can spend as little time as possible not resting during my lunch breaks.
Read my mind. Let's see.
Tahar, you're awake.
Shit. So they've already breached the outer walls.
They will soon. That masked thing on the other side. I don't know how he does it, but he's draining me.
Drain.
Yeah!
Iria!
Blazes, what kind of magic is that? Ready yourself, Tahar!
I didn't. I've been recording / streaming for about 20 minutes now of Falkenstein.
Child's play.
How do you like that?
Twitch has just been twitchy. Hopefully not too many zacked out.
Yes?
One down!
Not the real one.
Yes, I heard the Wilhelm scream. I mean, how could I not?
Another illusion.
Who would have guessed? Who was that?
I saw him around Lacane before. If I had to make a guess, I'd say he's one of his commanders. Come. Let's check on Iria and the Scryer.
It makes you feel any better, Von Falkenstein. At current pace, I probably won't get a good night's rest either.
What happened?
The barrier gave up.
Blazes. For someone who just came back from the dead, you're in good shape. Whatever your mother did to you, it seems to help. What about that masked fellow? Where is he?
We've taken care of him. At least for now. Are you injured?
No, just a scratch. It seems like Scryer Elion got the worst of it.
Can you take care of her? We have to make sure the other entrances are safe.
Yes. I'll get her to the Nexus as quick as possible. Be careful, Corporal. I have a feeling that masked priest wasn't Lacane's only ace up the sleeve.
Probably not. Stay safe, Iria.
It's just Twitch, hazardous.
Interesting. There's still 2 entrances we haven't covered yet.
My internet's
Let's
fine.
hope it's not too late.
It's the first thing I checked. Actually, no, the first thing I checked was if OBS crashed. It has not. So the second thing I checked was, you know, if it was the internet, which it was not. Third thing I checked was Twitch, which it was. I feel like I'm going to say that a lot. Let's turn that into a quick drinking game here. Stay hydrated. I do actually have some thoughts on the previous cutscene, but I'm kind of waiting until Twitch has decided I'm fully here, you know. Basically, yes, Von Falkenstein. Don't worry, the recording is still there. I've been recording the whole time without incident. So it'll be on the VOD. Not that you missed much. But, yeah.
That way.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
just... if it's...
Are you deaf? I said no! That machine will squash you like an insect!
You're here. Good. I assume that means the Northwest is secured.
It is. How about you?
Well, we managed to fend off their first attack. They aren't purity, though.
What then?
Mercenaries. They don't have a banner, so they could be about anyone. Thing is, they've put up a siege weapon of sorts right up that hill, which prevents us from retaliating.
What kind of weapon?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of catapult, but it seems to be magic-fueled and throws fireballs which cause massive damage. We're out of reach. The moment we
Terrible
move into
damage.
the camp, it will decimate us within seconds.
Whereas, if you attack the machine directly, the mercenaries themselves will fall into your backs.
Or swarm right into the city, yes. We weren't enough to split up, but now we are. Good timing, in other words.
Your extra 4 people will turn the tide.
Yes. The moment it is down, we'll go for their strong point.
Let's do it.
We could also take on their camp by ourselves.
I don't think that's wise, Tahar. You'll be outnumbered, but I can't stop you.
Corporal, leave it to me.
There it is. Take it down.
Shit! Kill them!
You'll regret this.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
They won't stand it.
Well, whatever. I'm just gonna give the plus to story.
That should do it.
Then we should join Angar. He'll need help with his attack. Easy.
Hey, Mockingbirds.
I'm injured. I understand.
Leave it to me.
They will burn.
Choppy choppy. Oh, I would definitely recommend this game, although I would also recommend you play this game on easiest
This is
difficulty.
Commander Katras from Aenir's Deathmen.
So he's fighting for the Purity now.
Corporal Tahar. What a surprise.
Katras, why?
Don't talk, friend. Fight.
I mean, you're at half health by the time you finish that sentence, buddy. So if you want to switch sides, now would be the time to do so.
Blazes, Tahar. Now I know why Lacane wants you dead. You really know how to fight.
Hello, Cat Horse.
Why Katras? Why side with the Harbinger?
Money.
Blazes, you do like your dramatic lines, don't you? Look, this isn't personal. Lacane and his fanatics took down my camp and gave me a choice. Repent and accept the light, or have some stern-faced priest ram a bloody pike up me arse. So, unless you have some odd fantasies that I don't want to know about, don't tell me you wouldn't have done the same.
A loyal man wouldn't have.
Well, good thing I never swore loyalty to you or the Empire, isn't it? Don't kid yourself, Lord Marshal. You would have done the exact same thing. Pretend all you like, in the end we're all selfish pieces of shit, and the only difference between me and you is that I'm honest about it.
Any last words?
I hate to disappoint, but we're not quite there yet, friend. Goodbye, Tahar. Too bad we couldn't be on the same side this time.
What the?
The teleport rune. Wise choice.
Bloody coward. At least we secured the entrance. That's what matters. What about the rest of the city? Are we safe?
Not yet. Hold your position for now. We'll meet at the Nexus once all this is over.
Understood. Tiara's blessings, Tahar.
Entrance to go.
All the more reason to hurry.
I do like Katras. I hope we see him in the future, and I hope we don't kill him. You know how these things go. I can't really discuss this in reference without spoiling other things, so all I'm going to say is, one of the things that I like in fiction is when there's a plot twist, and it's really obvious, right? It's like, no, you see it coming from a mile off. And so as a direct consequence, you don't really look for any additional plot twists, right? Because you know the plot twist, it's right there, it's a giant frickin' billboard. And that's when the actual plot twist hits you in the face. I call that the untwist, but I think that's actually a bit of a misnomer.
If your life depends on it.
I love it when fiction pulls that off well. No examples, because all of those are spoilers. But I love it when fiction pulls it off. And that's what I really liked about the previous thing. Hey, you're the chosen one and you're daughter of a shaper. Okay. Like, we all saw that coming. That was super obvious and super simple and duh. And then we got the actual twist. The real twist was the fact that the blood burn was being caused by her completely unintentionally and without malicious intent. It's actually more of a reveal than a twist, but that's just getting into nomenclature at that point. The point is, she was unintentionally causing horrific death and suffering on a large scale, and she was doing it out of an innocent desire just to see her kid again. That's brilliant.
Tahar. Blazes, it is you. Last time I saw you, you were lying on that stone bed like a bloody corpse.
That's about how I felt when I woke up. What's the situation? I don't see any Purity men around here.
No, not Purity, but someone else. According to my scout, they're gathering their forces down that valley. My gut tells me they're waiting for reinforcements.
If it's not the Purity, who are we dealing with? Another one of the royal houses?
No, I don't think so. To me, they look like bandits. But they're fighting under Aeonir's banner. And the man my Kayran hunter took down had the Purity symbol tattooed right across his forehead.
The Bane. The ones who massacred the Nortander outpost in Leafshade.
Huh. Yeah, that fits.
Damn it. What's the plan then?
Well, now that you're here, I say you move out and crush them. We'll hold our position and cover your backs.
Simple enough. All right then. Move out.
In answer to Spartan's question,
just one more entrance to go.
All the more reason.
I would say that so far Iria, Gore, Rohan, Isgrim, and Katris are all interesting to me. And I kinda like, Lacane. I'm still debating that one. And yes, this is the guy who would not stop playing Kingdom Hearts 2.
You read my mind.
I wouldn't put General Geralt as a good character. Actually, quite the opposite. I would probably put him as a bad character.
You picked the wrong
I haven't decided if he's negative worthy yet, but he's not a good character.
The fabled pariah. Interesting. I thought you were dead.
Why are you doing this? Throwing your lives away for some deluded madman.
Deluded? You're confusing something, Tahar. The Harbinger is pure. We're pure. You. People like you are who are making this necessary. It wasn't always like that, you know. A long time ago, this world was a world of peace. But then man gave in to temptation. They were weak, and they chose sin over virtue, sin over purity. And now look where we stand. Our history is a testament to our corruption. Wars, rape, hunger, illness. They are Aeonir's punishment for defying him. But that era has come to an end. We will make the world pure again and make it worthy of Aeonir's return.
You're fanatics. You've completely lost your mind.
On the contrary, we found it. But you're beyond repentance, so let's save ourselves the breath and end this already.
You said it. Not me. I don't blame you, S.A. Ross. That game sucks. I'm pretty sure I actually flat out told you not to play it and to just watch my lore run of it. I'm also pretty sure you decided not to. So, that's on you, buddy.
Not bad, Tahar. Not bad.
Oh, don't run away.
Any last words?
Yeah. Listen.
What the?
Go after me and lose your city and your friend, or save them and let me go. Your choice.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can do both. Chain of Memories on Falkenstein.
We need to secure the entrance.
I'm coming, Gore. Very slowly. Welcome back, McDud. I swear we're coming, McGore. Just give us a minute. So that's two people who are like, we'll be back! Nyah, nyah, nyah.
Now would you look at that?
A trap. I should have seen that.
Their leader got away.
I figured. But it won't be the last time we see her. We secured the entrance. That's what matters. What about the rest of the city? They attacked from all sides at once.
Yes, I know. We'll take care of it. Just hold your position for now. Once all this is over, we'll meet at the Nexus.
Understood. Don't die, Tahar.
I'll do my best.
Andros won't have his way with me.
So many casualties. I just don't understand. We just ended one war. Now the Harbinger starts another.
Human nature, Tahar. People need an enemy. Peace is always fleeting.
Do you really think so?
I do.
What do you mean? She was possessed. This doesn't make any sense.
I'm afraid it does. But again, I have a theory. Let's wait for Tahar.
Right here, dude.
There you are. I've assigned troops to guard the entrances and double the defenses. If the Harbinger ever strikes again, we'll be prepared.
Good work.
Anyway, there are more important things we need to discuss now. For starters, what, by the Guardians, happened to my sister?
That's a damn good question. Iskrim, you said that you have a theory.
Well, yeah, I do. The rune. While you were asleep, I tinkered with it a little.
You think the rune has something to do with this?
A rune. But it's probably best if I show you. Follow me, Tahar.
I'm coming too.
All right, let's see. Turn around.
Tiara's breath.
Step forward. So, you get the idea.
Mind control.
Yeah. There are still some critical problems with it, and what I've done is far from what the Harbinger did with Lady Moira. But Tahar, this rune, it has so much potential. If you thought what it does with the Godstones was fascinating, it's just the beginning. The Shapers, the Khazarlanthep, they knew their full potential. And this is the reason they were so powerful. Do you see it now? They...
Have you lost your bloody mind? Stop that! Whatever it is! Stop it now!
What?
Stop it for fuck's sake!
Fine. You're free. Go and take a nap.
Unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
And you think that the Harbinger controls Lady Moira, right?
Yes. And in an extraordinarily powerful way, if I may say so.
Huh. In other words, we need to find a way to break that possession. Right now, House Utran is under the Harbinger's control.
Madness. This is madness.
Whatever it is, let's tend to the wounded first. We'll discuss everything else in the Nexus.
Yes. Let's do that.
Yeah, by the way, in fictional settings, that's another downside for, dictatorships. All you have to do is possess one person.
All right, let's catch our breaths first. Angar, I'll talk to you when I'm ready to discuss the next steps.
Good. I'll be waiting.
What do we need?
Ah, Tahar. Never mind.
Something on your mind?
Well, maybe. Remember when you asked me about Rain? The other gifted shaman from my tribe?
Yeah? What about it?
I want to talk about it. I'm not supposed to, but I don't know. I trust you, Tahar, and I've kept silent about this for far too long. Zarek's fangs, this is so silly. Feel like a damn child.
I'm not forcing you.
Right. Where do I start? Before becoming a shaman, every disciple has to go through a trial. The Iron Trial, as it's called. I told you that I did most of my training in solitude, didn't I? That wasn't true. 5 years after I entered disciplehood, another orc was accepted by my elder. A female named Rain. She was 2 years younger than me.
I thought only male orcs can be gifted.
No. It's just that for female orcs, it's even rarer to have magic. Which is why there are close to no female shamans.
Huh. How did you get along?
Well, at first, I was a complete dick to her. I was jealous and feared for my position. However, she never took offense by it. She fired back at me when I got childish, but at the same time never lowered herself to my level. As the years went by, we became friends. And no, there was no courting or mating involved, if that's what you're thinking. She was more like a sister to me, and one who, unlike my true kin, understood me. Those years in the Orcish steppes, they were special. We spent days, weeks out in the wild, doing whatever our elder tasked us with. And though it was hard, there was beauty in that. We just had this connection between us, this trust.
Sounds like friendship to me.
Yeah, friendship. I never had a connection like that again, and I rarely talk about it. The one time I did, the orc I told it to laughed right in my face. He thought it was ludicrous, a male spending time with a female who wasn't his mate. He stopped laughing when I broke his nose.
But something happened, am I right?
Yeah, the trial did. The sacred test every disciple has to take before he or she can become a shaman. Our elder sent us both at the same time, which was unusual. But of course I was relieved. There was plenty of talk about the Iron Trial, and I was scared.
How did Rain feel about it?
Same as I. Believe me, Tahar, only a fool would have entered into the trial with a smug smile on his face. We knew what was ahead of us.
What did you know about the trial?
Rumors. Shamans are forbidden to talk about it. But it was known that only half of those who take it return at all.
So what happened?
Zarek's fangs. I can't believe I'm telling you this. I'm breaking my oath.
For what it's worth, I'll keep silent about it, I promise.
I know you will, Tahar. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We weren't told much about the trial. Only that we'd have to venture to a cave, far up in Barga Gore. They also didn't tell us how to get there. Only that Zarek would guide us. And he did. After a week of traveling, we found it. It was a strange place, Tahar. I saw that right from the beginning. The entrance looked like a mouth, the rocks surrounding it like the bones of an old, forgotten beast, and the stalagmites like hundreds of teeth. But of course, we went in. We had to.
What did you find?
A giant hall. It was as mesmerizing as it was unsettling. There were murals and carvings all over the cave walls. Old glyphs that I'd never seen before.
Shaper glyphs, maybe?
No, not Shaper. They looked as if the Guardians themselves had carved them into the rock.
Interesting. What else was there?
Nothing. That's what baffled me. Apart from those murals, the hall was completely empty. And for some reason, the ground in that hall was completely smooth, like polished stone. There were braziers, one in each corner of the hall, and they were burning brightly. Rain was as confused as I was. But nonetheless, we entered the hall. And that's when the trouble began. Because all of a sudden, the exit was gone. No magical noise, nothing. Just in that moment when we looked the wrong direction, it disappeared. And instead of it, we were looking at another wall.
How is that even possible? Maybe it was an illusion.
That was our first thought too, but it wasn't. That new wall was as solid as every other rock in that hall.
Strange. What did you do?
Well, after we calmed down a little, we assessed our situation. We figured that this was the Iron Trial, and that it was our task to find another exit. So we started looking. But it was pointless. There was nothing. We couldn't even hear the wind anymore. For the next 14 days, we were trapped. We couldn't make that wall disappear, and no matter how long we studied the glyphs, how long we prayed. Nothing happened. On the 5th day, our provisions had come to an end, save for half a skin of water and a handful of jerky. On the 8th day, it was all gone.
Blazes. How did you survive?
I'm getting there. As you can imagine, the thirst was the worst. It drove us mad, and we searched every corner of that goddamn hall for just a drop of water. Not that we hadn't looked before, but as you know, hope dies last. Have you ever had thirst, Tahar? Real thirst?
Yeah, actually, I have.
Yes.
Then you know what it feels like. On the 11th day, Rain and I were puking our guts out. Our skin had literally started to crack, and I felt as if I was burning from within. On the 12th day, we were only an inch from death. That's when the dream came.
A dream?
Yes, a shared dream, almost like a vision. We were still in that hall, Rain and I, but we were out of our bodies, floating like spirits. At first I thought we had died, then I saw what was different. The floor was full of blood, and that blood was burning. The murals and glyphs had started moving, twisting, like shadows dancing on a wall. That's when I first understood what they were depicting. For some reason in the real world, I'd never been able to.
What did they depict?
It showed what was expected from us, what we had to do to get out. Sorry this isn't easy. I've dreamed about those weeks ever since. But telling someone, it feels bizarre. Zarek demanded a fight. Either one of us died by the hands of the other, or we would die there together. The Iron Trial. We were never both meant to pass.
Truth be told, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and it shouldn't have surprised me either. But for some reason, I don't know. He had known Tahar, our elder, our master. He had known that it would come to this. Yet he still decided to send the two of us out at once.
So you fought each other?
No. Trial or not, I would have rather died than done that. And that's precisely what I told Rain. A god that demands a man to kill his own sister is not a god that deserves worship by anyone. But Rain wouldn't have it. She claimed that if both of us died, both of our lives would be wasted for nothing. I got angry and asked her if she meant that she wanted to fight me. She said no.
I don't understand.
She wanted me to kill her. She told me that she was already too weak to make it down the mountain anyway, but that I could still make it. Believe me, Tahar, if there had been any strength left in me, I would have punched her just for suggesting it.
Did you ever consider sacrificing yourself?
No. I know it makes me sound like a coward, and maybe that was part of the reason why I didn't. But the sane part of my mind still believed that there had to be another way. That all this was just some cruel joke, and the cave we had found maybe wasn't Zarek's after all.
And yet, you're here.
I am. I should have known before she even did it. She always had to have it her way, no matter the price. It happened when I was asleep. She took my dagger from its sheath, put it into my hand, and drove it through her throat without hesitation. When I opened my eyes, her blood was already all over my face. And as if Zarek had been watching all along, the wall disappeared. No noise, just like that. The wind was back, and it was raining outside. The first time in months. I like to think that she saw it before she died.
Did you make the descent?
I did. There were berries in a mountain goat that had been hit by a rock slide, right next to the exit. It was so absurd I almost had to laugh. When I got back to the Elder's shack, I screamed at him, then broke down and started to cry. He just listened. In the end, he told me that we had both known what had been at stake. Yet we agreed. Choice and consequence. He made me a shaman the next day.
Do you blame yourself sometimes?
Of course I do. But ultimately, it was her choice. And all I can do to honor her now is to respect it.
I see.
There's one more thing. Remember when you asked me why I feel the way I do about our culture? Why I think we orcs should strive for more? It's Rain who made me realize that. Most orcs would have fought each other in that cave, to the death. But she didn't. Instead of submitting to her primal instincts, she made a sacrifice. One that I could have made too, if I hadn't been such a coward. Blazes, it feels strange to have told you all this. But, I don't regret it.
Well, thanks for trusting me with this, Gore.
Let me have some time for myself right now, all right? I need to think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I really don't. Poor Gore.
Let's see.
Ah, I was hoping you'd come by. That was quite the surprise visit, wasn't it? The Harbinger couldn't have picked a better time for his attack.
I guess you could say that. How's your injury? That blast from the barrier looked quite painful.
The blast? Oh yeah, sure. I'm as good as new. One of the perks of being a light mage. Tahar, I'm sorry. For everything.
What do you mean?
Well, what you discovered in that dungeon. I didn't see that coming, honestly. I mean, I'd always felt you were different, but an experiment of your father? I would have never guessed. And now that bastard Lacane took your mother. It's just... one tragedy follows another. Now I feel almost ridiculous thinking about my supposed problems.
We can still save her.
Yeah, I know. And we will. Blazes. How crazy does that all sound? A half-shaper whose mother's spirit has been stolen by a religious fanatic. If all this weren't actually happening, I'd think I'd be watching a bad play. Though you'd definitely be the tragic hero in this. And I don't envy you.
Problems are always subjective.
I guess they are. Tell me, Tahar. If you had had the choice, would you have wanted to know? About your mother and how you were born?
Well, what about you? Your father also never told you who your mother was. Would you want to find out?
Good question. On the one hand, yes, I think I would. But then again, I never made any serious efforts to find out. I guess in the end it wouldn't have really mattered. She is dead, I know that much. And whether she was a priestess of the White Tree or a slum dweller, it wouldn't have changed the fact that she wasn't there when I grew up. But you're a different story. Your mother is still alive. And she's a shaper. I mean, doesn't that change everything? Would you really have wanted to know?
Yes. It's always better to know the truth.
Is it? Sometimes I wonder if the truth doesn't just make it all worse. Anyway, shaper or not, it's good to have you back. Honestly, there were times when I was worried you wouldn't ever wake up again.
I'm touched.
You better be. Anyway, in case you were wondering, I'm not planning to leave now. If you need my help, I'll be here.
Thanks, Iria. I really appreciate it.
Great. And now that we've got that out of the way, You should get some more sleep. You still look like a walking corpse. Don't make a habit out of it. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, Barnock. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. I have to talk to her again?
Tahar? I guess I still owe you an explanation, don't I? About that bandit in Farland's
You don't have to.
Do you?
I do. First off, I appreciate that you didn't stop me. It was what most reasonable people would have done, I guess.
He deserved it.
Yeah, he did. About 5 years ago, something happened. I was on the road and the sun had just started to set, and I was closing in on the village where I had planned to spend the night. It was a beautiful day, really. The sky was clear, the stars were coming out, and the crickets were chirping. Just 1 mile before the village gates, I saw a woman and her son. Or at least I thought he was. And they were surrounded by 2 men and a woman, who were pushing her around, tearing her clothes off. She was weeping, begging them for mercy, and her son, who probably didn't realize what was happening, was holding her leg and crying. That woman's screams were horrible. What I remember even more was the crying of that poor boy. They were the tears of a soul who, up to that point, had still thought life was all about beauty, about love, and who had now awoken to reality. Long story short, I didn't help. I just stood there, watching it all through the thickets, like some grotesque play. When they were done, they kicked the woman into a pit on the roadside and took the boy with them.
Why didn't you help?
I've been asking myself the same thing ever since. In the end, I think it was plain cowardice. Then again, if life taught me something, then it's that only in the books that people make the right calls when push comes to shove. Sure, there are exceptions, but most of us just stand by and watch.
And that was why you tortured the bandit?
I guess. That woman the bandit in Farland's Hope killed. I don't know, but something about her reminded me of that summer night. And yeah, I know, it was a stupid thing to do. Stupid and above all, pointless. Making that bandit suffer didn't help anyone. Neither the woman he had tortured to death, nor the one on the road, or her little boy. I just couldn't help it. It was as if some dark part of my mind had taken over.
Maybe it was your way of atoning for not helping that woman.
Atoning? Such a big word. I don't know. Either way, anything else you need? If not, I'd like to have some time on my own. There's a lot that's been going through my mind lately. Corporal? Need anything?
You never told me why you fled Finan Mir.
Fair enough. You've given me little reason to distrust you, so... Oh well. Let's just get this over with. I already told you about my father, how to him I had always been more of an asset. Well, after my father died, I decided to become a novice.
A novice?
Someone aspiring to be a priest of Elen. I don't know why I did it. It was something my father had always considered a backup plan if an arranged marriage wouldn't work out. Part of it was probably because obeying my father was all I knew at that time.
What does life as a priest of Elen look like?
Boring. Though not as boring as a Northander monk's life. You are free to have family and to indulge in the earthly pleasures. Still, your life is devoted to worship. And for a priest of Elen, that means healing the sick and preserving Elen's greatest gift, nature.
Was it difficult to receive the novitiate?
Not for me. First of all, I was a good candidate. I was still very young, not even in my 30s. And I already knew a great deal about magic and healing. Secondly, I was, after all, a pure blood. That helped as well.
But something happened.
Yes. In my first year, I fell in love. That crazy, hot-blooded, head-over-the-heels kind of love that the bards all sing about. The boy felt the same way, and for the next year it was, well, it was perfect. It was the two of us against the world. Maybe you know that feeling.
What was his name?
Doesn't matter.
And the priests didn't mind?
Priestesses. Only women are allowed to teach. And no, they didn't. Elves consider love to be a blessing of Elen. Forbidding it would be near absurd. I have no clue where your monks got that idea from. Though, of course, that boy and I tried to, restrain ourselves when the situation demanded it.
And I guess your romance didn't end well.
You guess right. But it was more than that. You know, I told you how I always felt estranged around other people. I knew how to put on a smile, how to make myself fit in, but it was always fake. Shallow. With him, it was different. Dramatic as it may sound, I thought I had finally found someone who understood me. Then there was the novitiate. Despite all the time I sunk into doing the crazy things lovers often do, I never failed as a student. Or, no, let's put it another way. I was the best, in every aspect.
Which didn't sit well with some people.
No. And eventually, they made sure I felt it. They excluded me from everything, stared at me when I walked by. It hurt, yes, but I convinced myself it didn't. I've always been good at that.
Did it take a toll on your relationship with that boy?
More than that. My lover's friends started manipulating him. Telling him that I only saw him as my pet, that he was a failure, and that I only kept him around to feel good about myself.
That's toxic.
It was. And their seeds met fertile ground. You see, we novices all knew that only 4 out of 20 will be granted priesthood at the end of our training. And being a failed novice leaves you with a mark you'll keep for the rest of your life. It all looked peaceful on the surface, but beneath that it was an arena. And these other novices, they made sure my friend became aware of that fact. To him, I started being a rival as well. And do you want to know the biggest joke of it all? I didn't see it. The idea that, I don't know, that he would listen to them. That he would ever reach a point where he'd put what we had below his hurt pride and his fears. It never crossed my mind.
So what happened?
Well, he knew I was curious by nature, so one night when we were in bed together, he suddenly asked me if I wanted to go on an adventure. Of course I said yes. So we snuck out into the cloister's courtyard. It was beautiful. The night was cloudless, and the old oak, our cloister's shrine, had just begun to bloom. We made our way to the library building, but of course the door was locked. Out of nowhere, he pulled a key, grinning at me, and opened it. It was insane. As you can imagine, priests aren't known for being lenient towards these kinds of trespassings. We were risking our novitiate, and I didn't even know the reason, but I liked it. And we were doing it together, weren't we? It was exciting. He took my hand and we went to the High Priestess's office. We opened the door and went inside, and there he finally told me what we were here for, to open the grimoire.
Grimoire?
The High Priestess's spellbook. It was a stupid idea. And if I hadn't been so blind, so bloody naive, I should have seen it by then. But I didn't.
What did he ask you to do?
To open it and try to read one of the spells. He teased me. Told me that I wouldn't be able to do it. You know? Saying it like that. It sounds so bloody stupid, doesn't it? But again, I was too blind. I laughed. I wanted to impress him, so I gave him a kiss. Opened the page and started saying the words. Long story short, I lost control. The spell was too much for me to handle and it misfired. One moment I was staring at the pages, the next one, the library was aflame and my lover was gone.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I was the one too stupid to see it coming.
How far did that fire spread?
Not far. It was put out before it could do real damage. But, of course, that was the end of novitiate. I was thrown into the cell of shame and sentenced to 12 years of polishing prayer banks and cleaning floors in the shrine.
Did you try to tell the priestesses the whole story?
No, I just sat there and smiled. Of course I did. But my love had all his friends to back him up. To them, it wasn't even a trial. It was a feast.
Your lover, did he regret it?
I think so. The only bloody gratification I ever got from this. But even if he would have confessed and begged me to take him back, I couldn't have. All that connection, that trust. It was gone. Worse, it was tainted.
But you never did polish those prayer banks, am I right?
No. In the night after the trial, they still let me sleep in my chamber. Thoughtlessness, I suppose, or maybe they simply didn't care. I got my things, left, and never came back. So, here it is, the whole truth. No dark secrets, no assassinations, no necromantic rituals. Just a plain old broken heart. Compared with all that shit you had to go through, it almost sounds ludicrous.
It doesn't. Being betrayed by someone you trust often hits the hardest.
Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't get it. How could he give all that up? I mean, there was something between us, you know? Something rare, something precious. But no, he threw it all away for his fucking vanity. But in a way, it's just a continuation of what I've always known. Wherever I am, I'm a stranger. People don't like me, and I don't like them.
For what it's worth, I'm glad our paths crossed.
Yeah, me too, Corporal. Me too. I'd like some space now. I hope you don't mind. Let's talk later.
Nice guy. It's okay, he's turbo dead. He joined the Purity and then realized he was a mage. Not the greatest Eddie he could have done.
Understood.
Hello, Jolix Brown. Let's go talk about the greater good, shall we?
Now
So, I guess we have some talking to do, don't we?
you knew about my mother, didn't you? That's what you hinted at back at the forge, before we set out to the Eye.
Well, the answer is yes and no. I had suspicions, let us call it that, but they weren't enough to go on, and I had no idea your mother was connected to the Bloodburn.
Why didn't you tell me?
That I believe you might be the result of your father's experiments? That you're the offspring of some long-dead, forgotten race? Tell me, Tahar, what for? I mean, at best, you wouldn't have believed me. And at worst, it would have cost you your sanity. So no, I don't think I should have told you. I didn't know if these suspicions had any substance at all, and I would have been at great risk, especially back then when you were still part of the rebellion.
Where did these suspicions come from? Did my father tell you?
No. And he never found out that I knew. Your father... I don't need to tell you how meticulous he was, do I? That's why he always kept notes of his experiments and studies. I found one, a notebook. The story's actually quite simple. Your father had gone out to meet with Aelot Iskander, and had tasked me with cleaning up his laboratory.
Really? He never let me into his laboratory.
I know. And he wasn't exactly trustworthy towards me, neither. But you know Asamo. His mood was never what you'd call stable. One day, he'd think the entire rebellion had schemed against him. The next day, he told us that we'd change the world. It was part of his charisma, I guess. Sometimes I think the reason why the Mage Rebellion became so big was less of Asamo's magical powers, rather than his ability to create emotions in his followers. But we digress. So I had found this small booklet on his table. It didn't look important in any way, yet I was immediately curious. I opened it and started reading.
What was in there?
His experiments in the eye. The ancient woman, as he called her. Your creation, these waxwork figures which he tried to infuse with life. It was disturbing. And at the same time, fascinating, as you can imagine.
That book. Did it say anything about how this ritual worked? Andrew said something about how the Shapers conceive differently.
Okay, I was kind of joking earlier, but apparently we really do desperately want to know how our mother had sex.
I don't think it can be compared to how two humans reproduce, if that's what you're thinking. But as for the details, I don't know. As I said, I barely had 1 hour, and I only got to the chapter about you in the very end.
Do you still have that book?
No, of course not. I couldn't even read through all of it, else your father would have noticed that I had done nothing of what he had tasked me with, and I have no idea where it is now.
I figured. So, why did he, well, create me? My mother said it was to gain access to the Archfire.
Yes, I think that was the main reason. Though I couldn't help but notice a certain, I don't know, warmth in his words when he described his plans.
It just all sounds so bizarre.
Yes, it does. Still, I don't think you were just a tool to him. You weren't. Tell me, Tahar, knowing all that, how does it make you feel?
I don't know. It doesn't change anything about the present.
No, I guess it doesn't. Either way, I think we both need some time to think. As I said, Tahar, I'm sorry that I didn't tell you earlier, but I simply didn't know what to do.
No, Zalok is quite accurate. That's probably exactly what they're thinking. Knowing about the specifics of, for example, Asari biology, despite the fact that it's, directly connected to that, would be something that would be helpful if, an Asari's mind was literally separated from an Asari's body, par exemple. I have no idea, Jellich Brown. I do hope you enjoy it.
It is good to see that you have recovered. This place and these people lacked guidance without you.
They did?
Yes. The Lord Marshal tried to assume control, but as you might have expected, he did not have everybody's support. I was even fearing an internal power struggle, and I'm glad it did not come to that. I must say, Tahar, your mother, she is remarkable. I have always wondered what the Shapers look like, and now I do. It is fascinating, though I suppose this is a difficult topic for you. Forgive me if my words were inappropriate.
It's all right.
Good. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Yes? What is it?
So, Undergast, when you told me about your split with Lena, I got the feeling that you were more than just colleagues.
You are asking if we were in love. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Then let me start by telling you that the term love is undefined and that theories about it conflict one another. I have read a lot of books on it, and I've studied the poems, and I've come to the conclusion that it is ultimately a primitive, carnal urge that people have come to romanticize for the emotions that come with it. I, myself, never felt it, and maybe that was because I saw the underlying mechanisms. I always found it strange how people overreact so strongly to such a simple emotion, and maybe that very fact stopped me from being able to feel these emotions at all.
Okay, we're not going to go down that particular train.
So, what you're saying is that you were never able to feel love, but then Lena came along and you did.
No, it was not that simple. What stood out in our relationship was that we connected. I've never felt that before. You see, Tahar, to me, the bonds people have always felt peculiar, and I am not like Yana. Her mind simply does not have the ability to feel these bonds anymore. She had them once, but then she lost them, as she became a dreamweaver. My brain is capable of feeling these things, but I am unable to connect with the outside world. I only have my own mind as a frame of reference. For example, When a person tells you yes, whereas he or she means no, you might be able to feel this discrepancy because you're able to empathize with her. I can't. To me, this person's distress would make no sense whatsoever. But then there was Lena. For some bizarre reason, she understood me and I understood her. Or at least, I thought that I did. It was as if this barrier, this shell that separates my mind from others, was pervious to her emotions. I know how strange it sounds, and I also have no explanation for why this was, yet it changed me. All at once, I felt connected. Do you know this feeling, Tahar? You have traveled with these people for quite some time now. Is there anyone you were, well, fond of?
Well, yes, there is.
I see. Then you probably know how distracting such a feeling can be. To be honest, when I first became aware of that bond between Lena and me, I was horrified. I could not focus anymore. When I sat down to write my studies, I realized after hours that none of what I had written made sense at all.
Your inability to relate to others, is it innate?
Yes. If it were not, I might have considered my sudden connection to Lena as a symbol of overcoming. But it was not. Even though I felt connected to Lena, I was still unable to feel the same way towards others. This is what deeply confused me.
What did Lena make of all that?
Nothing. Unlike me, she did not try to analyze, to understand its origin. At the same time, she did not discourage me from pondering. I believe this is what made our relationship unique. Complete acceptance. She did not try to tell me how I should behave or feel, and neither did I. Even when she decided to leave the guild and I decided to stay behind, we both accepted each other's decisions.
Am I right to assume that your relationship ended with your disagreement over the Creators Guild abandoning its neutrality?
No, you misunderstand. We never had a relationship. Although the feelings were mutual and we, well, acted on them, we never felt the need to bind ourselves to some close-minded societal construct. But yes, you are correct. It was the disagreement that broke our bond. Quietly, she left and never returned again.
Do you feel, I don't know, betrayed?
Betrayed? No. By betrayal, people usually mean when someone behaves contrary to what they agreed on, or more often than not, as they would like that person to behave. I always found the word to be very misleading. Desires, wishes, and urges are natural things, and I always found the usage of such heavily judgmental words to be very childish. Lena did what she thought was right, and so did I. I have not and will never blame her for that.
What, so you didn't even argue? I have a hard time imagining that.
As I said, acceptance of one another's nature and decisions was a pivotal element in our interactions, though I did notice that my unwillingness to follow her on her mission caused her more emotional distress than she usually would have felt. You see, if there ever was a disharmony between us, it was when she tried to encourage me to embrace the world, as she put it. She told me that both I as a person and my studies would benefit from more first-hand experience.
Such as?
Well, anything. Traveling, studying the Tsarlanthep ruins first-handed, even visiting the city of Everlight every once in a while. She seemed to think that it could help me get a better understanding of the world. But again, she never tried to force me. I could tell that my unwillingness upset her, but like always, she showed acceptance.
And you have no idea where she and the others are?
I don't. I have heard rumors that they were helping mages in Leonider, but that was moons ago.
How do you feel about this?
That is a good question. I still think about her, almost every day. But the more time passes, the more this entire episode starts to feel like a vague, distant dream, the way an elder must feel about youth. I do not know how I would feel if I ever saw her again.
I can imagine. Well, thank you for trusting me with this, Undergast.
You have nothing to thank me for. If this conversation helped you get a better picture of me, I'm glad we had it. But there is one more thing I would like to ask you, Tahar.
Tell me.
Do you have regrets? Do you ever feel as if you could and should have acted differently than you did act?
Yes, I do.
I understand. You see, I've never told you this, but I find your resilience to be remarkable.
How so?
Well, it is no secret that you have endured a lot of pain, especially your early childhood must have made a mark on your psyche. But still, you did not give up.
Well, I'm doing what I can.
I can see that. Either way, I think we have spent enough time talking. We should get back to the tasks at hand.
We should. So long, Undergast.
I do, in fact, Jalex. I'm not sure if anyone's available to invite you right now. I just kind of ask blindly of the chat.
Yes?
There is a reason. There's more like 20 reasons, call him Palooza, but it's actually really complicated. It's the same reason why if I was going to cover TNG, I wouldn't simultaneously cover DS9, if that makes any sense, call him Palooza. Yes, I know I covered TNG and DS9 at the same time, but imagine for a moment that you guys said, cover TNG, just TNG. Make sense?
Let's see.
That being said, one of the shows literally got the plug pulled in the middle of a story arc. So, you know, that sucks.
Yes, Corporal? How can I help?
About you being an assassin. You said that you might be willing to tell me more about that at another time. How about now?
I'm still not certain. The question really is, do you want to know? It might change something.
Such as?
Your perception of me. It is your choice.
Well, I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Tell me.
All right. Where should I begin? Do you remember what I told you about that man who bought me from the Greyfell Bazaar? My owner? I also told you that after an incident, he discovered my talents and made me an assassin.
I remember. But what does that have to do with your morality?
It's complicated. The incident took place at a festivity. A lot of highly influential people were there, servants of the crown, wealthy merchants, nobles. My master knew all of Greyfell's elites. As always, at these festivities, it was my and the other slaves' responsibility to ensure the guests' well-being. It must have been close to midnight when a man took me into his chambers. I'd learned to play along years ago, because resisting only made it worse. This time, however, was different. For some reason, that man wanted me to tell him that I loved him. I did, but he kept on telling me that I should say it like I really mean it. When I couldn't, he got angrier and angrier and started choking me. I had almost lost consciousness when I felt something break. I don't know how else to put it. It was as if my mind simply cracked open, like a crystal ball smashed against a mirror. And all of a sudden, that man and I weren't separate entities anymore.
I don't follow.
My magic, my dreamweavery, that's when it broke free. You probably don't know this, but the only way to become a dreamweaver is by shattering your mind. You are opening yourself to the thoughts and emotions of others, but you lose your own.
Wait, Dreamweavers don't feel and think?
No, we do. But it's differently than normal people. Me. The Iana you're talking with is the result of long work and studying of human behavior. I know how to blend in, to seem like I'm just like you. But the world inside my head is an entirely different one. Again, it is almost impossible to put into words if you're not a dreamweaver yourself.
What happened to the man?
I killed him. It wasn't a conscious choice, looking back. I even think that shattering my mind was my body's way of ensuring survival. I closed my eyes, reached out for the man's mind, and just crushed it. The man gasped, lost balance, and fell right off the bed. He wasn't dead yet, but unable to move. Like a puppet rid of its strings. At first I was disoriented. But then I felt it, for the first time. The urge.
To kill him?
Yes. To massacre him. hear his screams, to see his life taken by my hand. I grabbed a lantern that was standing on a bedside table and knelt over him, and... well, you can picture the rest. To get back to your original question, that urge, it stuck with me. I think that the moment when my mind shattered and I became a dream weaver was what unlocked it. Ever since then, I've found violence and bloodshed to be ecstatic, erotic even. And when I kill someone, like I killed that man, I feel alive. Actually, it's one of the few times I am capable of feeling anything at all.
Huh. And this is why you became an assassin?
Yes. My master introduced me into the craft. Probably because he knew that my dream weavery had changed me. I wasn't just a slave child anymore. I was a weapon now. More than that, even. I needed what these new tasks my master sent me on provided me with. It had become a basic need of mine. Of course, I briefly considered changing my profession after my master had his accident. But I didn't. Killing is something I need, as much as a child needs the love of his mother. If I don't feed my urge, I will die. Not physically, but mentally. I just know this.
But is there no way to cure you? To return your mind to its original state?
No, there isn't.
What about your victims? Don't you ever feel guilt?
Once again, Tahar, I do not feel emotions the way you do. Of course I wonder if I made a mistake, but my reflections are purely based on theory. But then again, I don't accept just any contract. The way Leonidas described you, you were a monster in human disguise. And that's the first principle I try to live by. Criminals first. The second one is never kill a mother or a child, regardless of the pay.
What? No children? How noble.
There's no need for sarcasm. I know that my restrictions may seem ridiculous to you.
But what if you're wrong? If you kill an innocent?
That has happened before, and it will happen again. You see, I do not consider myself some kind of vigilante, some kind of judge. Ultimately, I know that I am what society will call a murderer, and that I do what I do for myself, above all else.
Well, that was definitely not what I was expecting.
I can imagine.
That's a lot to take in.
I know. Now tell me, Tahar, do you regret asking me this question? Knowing all this, do you think I'm a monster?
I'm actually not sure how to answer that one. How would you guys answer that? Go over in chat. Yes, God, yeah, she's terrified. Okay.
I don't think you're a monster, no. But I can't understand how you can choose to give in.
As I said, it's a matter of survival. But I understand why you would feel this way. Anyway, I would like some time for myself now. I hope you understand.
Of course. Nope. Yep. Walk up. So here's the deal. I can kill you quietly and peacefully, or we can fight. The latter's gonna be a lot messier. It's up to you. So, your preference. I'm amiable. We can make whatever. We got this. Okay, you're drawing your weapons. That sounds like we're gonna fight. Okay. Okay. Oh, alright. Wait, are you throwing a moon at me? Maybe. I figured it'd be quicker. I'm trying to be merciful here, alright? I'm not into pain. And I'm definitely not into messes. It's a shame she's not a vampire. Hey, let's go watch the sunrise. Although, depending on the setting, that can actually be pretty agonizing.
Got it.
To this day, the Shaper's mouth.
Is it not here? What is it? Still don't see her. What setting? I mean, there's plenty of settings that... Oh, for, I mean, Blade comes to mind immediately. There she is.
Will do.
Yeah, hey, we can fix your mind so you don't have to kill anymore. Nah. Okay. That's probably what I would do, though. I'd offer the cure.
Interesting.
If she said no, then we'd have to talk about that.
Mm-hmm. She's breathing, but her spirit is gone. Damn you, Lacane. Understood. What do we need? Mm-hmm.
Tahar, ready to discuss the next steps?
There's just one thing I still can't wrap my head around. How did Lacane become so powerful? How could he rally so many people behind him?
The big question, isn't it? In the end, I think it boils down to the fact that he poured salt into the wounds the Mage Wars had left in Northander. You see, it's not hard to rally people behind you if they are desperate enough. He just gave them a simple answer to a complex question. And the people believed him. Though I don't consider him a pragmatist, he really believes in what he says, that Aeonia will return once mankind has repented, which worries me even more. There's nothing more dangerous than fanaticism, fueled by magical power. Your father is the best example.
I mean, you can just stop with the words, there's nothing more dangerous than fanaticism, and just period.
I want to talk about Sentenza. His death.
Well, what is there to say? As I heard the story, he didn't leave you much choice.
So you're not angry?
For you defending your life? No. I never understood why he was so obsessed with hunting you down to begin with.
But he was acting on your orders.
Well, yes, strictly spoken, he was. You were a traitor. Or at least, that's what we thought back then. That witch hunt in Iskander, the battle at the Eye, that was his choice.
Why? Why did he want me dead so badly?
Well, I can only guess. But to me, it seemed as if he felt as if you had, I don't know, betrayed him. He always spoke highly of you. Did you know that? At times, it almost felt as if he considered you his own kin.
I thought so.
You see, Tahar, in the end, both he and I are men born from war. Seeing people die at your command, hearing the widows and the orphans cry as a result of your choices, it changes you. You need to find a way to deal with it, and Sentenza did so by shutting off his emotions entirely. Or, at least, to the outside. But in the end, he always did what he thought was best for Nortander. He saw the Harbinger's true face, even before he revealed it. And I brushed it off as his usual distrust towards anyone, which was, as you know, a fatal mistake. And who knows, maybe if I had listened, it would never have come to this.
Without the Harbinger, I'd be dead.
That's true. But this discussion isn't leading us anywhere, Tahar.
You didn't tell me yet. How exactly did you get here? Weren't you in Greyfell when the Harbinger took over?
No, I wasn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here. But we were on our way back the night it happened. As you can imagine, it was a hard choice to make. But eventually, I left my pride behind and realized attacking Greykeep with the little division I was traveling with would have been suicide.
So you fled?
We retreated. The rest is simple. We went to Iskander because we had heard the rumors about your army. There we met one of your scouts, and then the elven woman, Iria of Finon Mir.
Oh, she decided to let you in?
Correct. You know the rest. Your people were a bit distrustful at first, and I don't blame them. After all, they'd been fighting the Royal Army not too long ago. But eventually, they realized that we were on the same side.
For what it's worth, I'm glad to have the Lord Marshal of the Royal Army in our ranks.
Well, right now, I doubt if I still deserve to bear that title. Half of the Royal Army is gone, and I'm to blame. But I appreciate the sentiment.
All right, let's discuss what comes next. I'll go get the others.
Good.
Good. Now that you're all here, I'd like to plan how we proceed. As...
Tahar, I think you should allow yourself some more rest. You were in a coma for more than a month, and we still don't know what that melding actually did to you.
Isn't it obvious? It made him more powerful.
Yeah, but where does that power come from? What effect does it have on the human body or the psyche? We don't know.
It doesn't matter if I'm all right or not. We can't waste any more time.
Fine. Then go on.
Thank you. So, our objective is clear. We need to defeat the Purity of Light and save my mother. Angar, am I right to assume that Lacane made Greykeep his new base of operations?
Correct. It's the center of his power, which is both good and bad. It's bad because Greyfell was built to withstand any kind of ambush.
And why is it good?
Because it also means if we succeed and reconquer Greyfell, we'll cut off the snake's head. Once we kill Lacane, the Purity will fall. However, there's no point in fooling ourselves. That battle for Greyfell will be bloody, and if we want to have even the slightest chance of winning, we need to join the remaining houses.
Ultran, Hallet, and Wulfgar.
Yes. If we put this army together with theirs, we might stand a chance. Also, you should see if you can strengthen the alliances you already have, Tahar. I have a plan regarding that, so we can talk further once this meeting has been concluded.
So do I.
All right. So where do we start?
It's up to you. But before we can even think about arranging a conclave between the houses, we need to break that spell the Harbinger put on my sister Myra. Isgrim, any ideas?
Actually, it should be simple. We need to find the one controlling her, take the rune, and, well, destroy it in the forge.
And who is controlling her? What if it's the Harbinger himself?
I doubt it. The manipulator has to be physically close to his subject, so it'll most likely be someone in Lady Myra's army. But your rune will react to another rune's presence, so once that person is near, you'll feel it.
Good. Then I have a plan. The Harbinger has taken up position in Iskander, between the Utran and the Everlight border. You know that place, Tahar. It's where your father started his rebellion, and where Sentenza almost captured you.
The Loyalist camp. So what's your plan?
We strike in full force and take the castle. He'll be forced to initiate a counterattack, and my sister's armies, the Utran army, will be the closest ones at hand.
A bait.
Yes. We hold the castle against the main army, whereas you, Tahar, and a small troop get behind enemy lines. You find the rune carrier and strike from the shadows. Obviously, you'll have to act quick. We can't hold against the entire Utran army forever.
What if killing the rune carrier won't break the mind control?
We'll just have to hope that doesn't happen.
All right. So we take over the castle, wait for the Utran armies to cross the border, sneak behind their lines, and eliminate the rune carrier. And once Lady Myra is freed, we will try to gain the support of House Hallett and House Wolfgar.
Yes, though we'll need to take care of something else before that. But let's discuss this when the time comes.
Agreed. One more thing. This will be dangerous, and our original mission has been completed. In other words, if any of you are thinking of leaving, now is the time.
Everyone leaves.
Well, then we best get prepared now. I'll tell you when we head out.
Understood. Tahar, I'd also like to talk with you if you have a moment.
Corporal Tahar. A word, if you will?
Who are you?
Private Miller, Corporal. I'm from the Royal Army and came here with the Lord Marshal. We've captured someone who we suspect belongs to the Purity. He was seen in the deserted village outside this city, and he looks suspicious. He claims to be a simple courier sent to deliver a message to you, but we didn't want to take any risks. He's outside, near the entrance to the caves.
I see. Thank you, soldier. Dismissed.
Corporal?
I love how this whole time we never shifted from our title of corporal. It's like, you know...
What's next? You said you know where we can find more allies.
Yes I do. I'll make it short. The Ash Reavers have invaded the foot of Barga Gor. If we defeat them and their leader, like we defeated Krell, their soldiers will join us.
The Ash Reavers? I'm guessing that's another orc tribe.
Yes, you already met them, back at Farland's Hope. They are a very violent tribe. A lot like what Krell wanted the Fire Wielders to become. And they are nomads. They never stay in one place for more than a couple of moons, which is why their city is basically a movable fortress.
So, we head back to Barga Gor and defeat them. Sounds simple enough.
Well, yeah. Except for one thing. Kagan, the Ash Reavers chieftain. I think this invasion is about more than gaining new territory. It's personal. He despises me, and that's putting it lightly.
Why? Because you killed Krell?
No. It's more complicated than that. Do you remember the story about my trial? About Rain?
Yeah, I do. You took the Shapeshifter's trial together, and she sacrificed herself so that you could live.
Yeah, she did. To get to the point, Kagan is Rain's true brother. To this day, he thinks that I killed her.
Did you ever try to tell him the true story?
We only met once. And yes, I did try to talk to him. It ended in a fight which I won. That disgrace only added to his hatred. And truth be told, that was my last attempt to convince him. I knew it was fruitless. Our tribes lived weeks of journey from each other. And, well, the memory of Rain's sacrifice is painful enough for me as it is. I just wanted it buried. Somewhere in the dark corners of my mind where I'd never have to face it again. Which, as you can guess, didn't work. I still have nightmares.
I see. And that's why he invaded Barga Gor.
It must be. Bloodthirsty as the Ash Reavers are, there is no reason for them to start a war with the Fire Wielders, especially now that we unified them. He must have heard that I'm behind this, and that rekindled his hatred for me. In other words, we need to stop him, and as fast as possible. According to one of my sources, the Purity is also planning to start an attack on Barga Gor. The Fire Wielders should be able to hold them at bay, but not if they have to wage war against the Ash Reavers at the same time.
You know, we've been in cutscenes for about an hour now. I just realized that. We had like about 20-30 minutes of the mission, and then we've just been in cutscenes ever since.
Why is the Purity attacking Barker Gore?
Isn't it obvious? To eradicate us. Just like the Dark Elves, we orcs are a creation of the renegade gods. So we aren't even given the chance to repent. Lakane's war doesn't stop in Northander, Tahar. He plans to take on the entire world.
Huh. So what's the plan? Return to Barker Gore, drive back the Ash Reavers, and kill Kagan?
If all else fails, yes. We will kill him. For the sake of my people, and for our cause. But he's Rain's last living kin. So I want to first try reasoning with him instead. There must be a way to convince him that I'm not a liar, that I didn't kill his sister.
All right. I'll tell you when we head out.
Yes, Chieftain Czar already left before you woke up to get an idea of the situation. I know time is sparse, but we should leave as soon as possible. And thank you, Tahar. I appreciate it.
Yeah, considering how long the voice acting has taken just in the FF9 thing, which is kind of a limited version of it, yeah, this is a little crazy. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, I need a stretch break. I hate to do that, I apologize, guys. I'll be right back. I was waiting for like a mission where I could be like, here, and then leave, but they're still talking, so I'll be right back.
Now would you look at that? You said that you have an idea on how we can get more allies to fight the Purity.
Yes, I do. It's someone you're already familiar with. At least, according to your friend Iria. The Iron Falcons.
You want to convince them to join our troops?
Not all of them, obviously. The Field Dog are an even greater threat than the Purity, even if most people nowadays have almost forgotten about them. What I suggest is that we strike a bargain with them. They give us a small division of their elite keepers, and we provide them with twice the amount of footmen and maybe engineers to make up for it.
Engineers and infantry for a handful of knights. Is that really worth it?
It is. The Falcons aren't only excellent fighters. Their presence will also inspire our soldiers. They're living legends.
That's not what it seemed like when I was there. High Keeper Aranor almost lost the tomb just because she was too stubborn to cooperate with the Deathmen.
Well, given that the latter now fight for the Harbinger, her mistrust wasn't that unjustified, don't you think? But still, you make a fair point. Keeper Aranor is complicated. But if what the elf told me is true, she learned her lesson.
All right, it's worth a try. When do we set out?
Whenever you want. Thanks to these godstones, it won't take us long to get there. So I'm not expecting this mission to cost us more than a day, 2 at most. We should probably take some troops with us, just in case the canyon is still unsafe.
Fair enough. I'll let you know when we go.
Good.
Yes?
By the way, hi Justin. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. We were caught in eternal cutscenes. I'm sorry your day has been bleh. And hello, not Justin, excuse me, Slim Jim. That, sounds amusing? Yes, we're getting the help from the Yahooligans. That is absolutely correct. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but that is what we're doing. Yeah, like I said, over an hour. Because we're still going. We're not done yet. We got one more dialogue to do, which is... Excuse me, 2 more dialogues to do.
Let's see.
Hello, Kamek. Yeah, the fight was basically a pause in between 2 gargantuan cutscenes. Like, don't mistake me, I like a story, but I will freely admit I start to get a little antsy when I have nothing to do. For long periods of time. Just regardless.
Sure. You wanted to talk?
Yes. I'll be brief. While you were asleep, an elven messenger came by. Varden Merilith, one of the Moorhere scryers from Leafshade, sent him.
Merilith? What did he want?
Only that he needed your help. They, that is, he and a couple of his followers, seem to be somewhere deep in the Leafshade jungle, near the Halayish ruins.
The old Hibernian city? But what do they want there? That's dangerous.
I don't know, Tahar. We will need to find out.
Do we really have time for this?
That is something you will need to decide.
That's a stupid question. I don't know why I asked that.
All right. We might look into this.
We should. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?
No idea why I clicked that. Did it? Yep, now we gotta go over here.
Yes.
Do-do-do.
Yes. Interesting.
Oh, great. Another one. How often do you want me to tell you? I'm not a spy, and I'm not with Purity.
Wait! You're their leader, aren't you? Corporal Tahar!
Yes?
Well, then maybe you can tell these fools to let me go. Blazes, I knew it was stupid to take that job.
So, who are you? And what were you doing in Farland's Hope?
As I told this bloody brute who captured me, I'm just a courier, and someone paid me to deliver a message to a Corporal Tahar. I had no idea it was the Corporal Tahar, and had I known, I would have told that guy who gave me the job to sod off.
Who was it?
Well, he was wearing a hood, so he obviously didn't want to be recognized, but he had a brown beard, was about your height, and had, I don't know how to put it, a certain sadness in his eyes.
But he didn't look dangerous and paid good coin, so I took it.
Bertrand.
Can I see this message?
Oh, finally, someone who asks. Yes, it's in my coat pocket, and no, there's no poison in there to kill you.
Let me see. A meeting in Everlight. From a friend.
A friend, you see? Can I go now?
Yes. Go.
Thank you, Corporal. Thank you. Now, don't get me wrong, but I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Do you think your guards will let me through?
They will. Stay safe.
I'll try.
Okay. Yeah, if you hit refresh, there should be a button that pops up, I am told, Jon Snow. I've heard inconsistent information on it, but I know that there's a button that you should be able to hit. And when you do, Shazam! Okay, let's go help out our boy first. Gore's mandatory for this. Go figure.
All right, here goes nothing.
Well, I'm going to while we're here at E-Tree, because why not? Actually, no.
I understand.
No, Vigilant. We'll get busted down to Ensign, which could also be considered to be higher rank than this. This is taking a minute. It's really taking a minute. What the hell, game?
High Chieftain Gore! High Chieftain Gore!
Do I know you?
Zarek, I'm a tracker. Chieftain Zar sent me to welcome you.
Ah, good. Where are they? And what's the situation?
Bad. The Ash Reavers have started to put up their cow to the northeast. And the Paleskins...
The Purity.
Yes, the Purity. They are only a 2-day march from the mountain.
2 days. That's not a lot of time.
It isn't. Zarek, where's Zar now? And the other ones I asked him to gather?
To the north. They are waiting for you.
Good. Go and tell them we're coming. Tahar, I won't lie. This will be a tough battle. But we have to win it before the Purity arrives. Let's head to the camp and talk to Zar and the other advisors. They'll help us establish a strategy.
Didn't you want to try diplomacy first?
This is diplomacy, Tahar. The Orcish version. If we'd let Kagan know we're here before we've gathered some force, he'd simply crush us. Never seek reconciliation without a display of strength. Now come.
Okay. Got something else in my mind first, though.
Gore?
Huh?
Did you orcs ever consider moving into a friendlier climate? I mean, no offense, but this place is a wasteland.
We need the struggle. The struggle prevents us from finishing dialogue. That's the whole point of it.
So, what's the plan?
You regret this.
Way too many Archfire-infused things here.
Gore?
Huh?
Did you orcs ever consider moving into a friendlier climate? I mean, no offense, but this place is a wasteland.
Some orcs did. The Moonskin, for example. But as far as we fire wielders are concerned, no. This wasteland is our home, and it will stay that way.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, it's possible we'll finish today, Petey Bar, but I wouldn't bet on it. Even if I do, I'm gonna have a long night to compensate for it. Actually, you know what? Oh yeah, I'm enjoying the story. I'll talk about it more in summary during the rumination, but the story is... This sounds like an insult, but I don't mean it one. The story is generically interesting. I would almost prefer it that way, E-Tree, but we'll see. We shall see.
Regret this.
So much blood. They won't stand a chance.
Yes, we'll be hitting the halos next.
Sure.
Prepare yourselves.
We will see how that goes exactly.
Did
Oh
you
my
ever
god.
consider moving into a friendlier climate? I mean, no offense, but this place is a wasteland.
And then the dialogue is interrupted for the third time.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Gore.
That way?
She gave up. She's like, nah. Nah, I'm done.
Fine.
Yeah, no, it's repeating because it never actually concluded. Oh, where was this? I had this whole area mapped out, but no.
I'll do what's required.
Based on vague memories. I have no idea, Chemic. We're playing the MCC. North.
Saren guides me.
That's... I remember it was along the road. That is the edge of the map down there.
Good move.
It's okay, everyone. Well, most people get the west-east thing mixed up. Crater, it's a good sign. Of course, now we're having a long session without being interrupted, and now she's refusing to try. Hey, I can interact with it immediately.
Focus.
So here's the question. Was I bugged, or was von Falkenstein bugged? I suppose that could be the data thing, Linnea. Even someone who doesn't feel still has things like preferences, right? Relevances. Things that matter to them, you know? That is theory, of course. I don't know.
Got it.
Alright, this is perfect. So now, we'll put this on ourselves, of course. If I can find it. There it is. Yep. 50% leech and increased attack speed. Yeah, I'll take that. You need 2 more constitution. But eventually, you'll have something else. Now, we head up north. It was all worth it, guys. We finally got that stupid armor. So yeah, that sounds like we'll be starting Halo Thursday. If that pace is true. I mean, I don't see the problem there, Colin, for this one. I'm kidding. I do get it. No, Chalix, no. Arshingai was never my name. It was a name of a YouTube account I named after a character of mine. I haven't gone by Arsh, technically ever, but not in about 7 years have I gone by Arshingai. 6 or 7 years, somewhere in that gap.
Here we are. So I want you to speak to 3 of my men. Elder Zilrak, Chieftain Zar, and Foreman Urash. They'll all want to discuss strategies with you regarding our upcoming fight against the Ash Reavers.
All right. What about you? Don't you want to have a say in this?
Tahar, I'm loyal to my people, but not stupid. You've won many battles, and you'll win this one. I may be a leader, but I'm not a strategist. I'll wait here. Come back once you've spoken with them.
Didn't realize this is a Fire Emblem game. Huh. Yeah, I actually know a fairly large amount about the background lore, the greater, large-scale lore of the Halo series. Original humans, excuse me. But other than that, no, I don't really know much about the specifics. And I have technically played... Yes, that is him, Jon Snow. I have technically played the Halo games before, but in every way that matters, no, I have never actually played the Halo games.
Let's see.
Tahar, High Chieftain Gore told me you'd come.
Gore said you wanted to discuss something with me regarding our battle with the Ash Reavers.
Yes, it's simple. What resources do you want us to harvest while we set up this Cal?
Lumber.
Prioritize wood. We'll need to expand fast to keep Kagan at bay.
Good. What about the tools for our workers? I can order some smiths to improve some of them, but not all.
That's a tough one. We'll need wood above anything else. Make sure our lumberjacks' axes are sharp.
Understood. Have you spoken with the other advisors already? If not, you should do it now. Stay safe, Tahar. May your blood never boil.
What do we need?
Well, I do one of three things, Jalix. The first is what you just mentioned. I just play the game and I pay attention. The second is I cast a wide net, which is just searching every single resource that exists. Sometimes there's a lot, and sometimes there's hardly anything. The third thing I do is what I call a deep dive. That's when I really start to research stuff. Find PDFs or copies of old magazines, pull out interviews, video interviews in some cases. Just really dig into it and try to get as much, and verify and do my due diligence as hard and as far as I can. I usually do that, for example, for my Star Trek stuff. I do a lot of research for the Star Trek stuff.
Now would you look at that?
The Shaper Child. And so we meet again.
You wanted to talk tactics.
Tactics? Yes. I suppose you could call it that. This altar here, it has been in Bar Gagor for as long as we orcs have existed. To put it short, it's a gateway to Zarek's powers. If you know how to harness it, which I do, and I want to bless you with it. So, there are two blessings I can bestow upon you. The first one will allow you to call down fire from the sky, which we can directly aim against Kagan's troops. The second one is a blessing that will allow you to use the altar's power, to put some of Zarek's fire into our fighters' blood, which will make them strong, very strong.
Our fighters can use all the blessings they can get. Let's go with that.
Agreed. Then step back. This won't be easy.
Depends on the video in question, Jalix Brown.
It's done. You will be able to call upon the power by touching the altar. Just promise me this. Whatever you choose to use it for, do it with respect.
I will, Elder Zilrach. Thank you.
No, Tahar. If there's anyone who owes thanks, it's me. If it wasn't for you and Gore, Krell would have led the Fire Wielders into extinction. Before you go, there's one more thing. Did you ever hear of Black Ash?
I'm afraid not.
It's what we orcs use to imbue our weapons. Our elite fighters, our shamans, the troll tamers, they couldn't do what they do without the ash. We'll need it in our fight against Kagan. So, be on the lookout.
Where does this black ash come from?
They are leftovers. When the renegade gods fought the Guardians, there was, as you can imagine, a lot of destruction. The black ash is what remained of the trees Zarek's fires burned down.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Good. If you haven't talked to Urash and until then...
Blah, 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 blah. Let's go.
Never boil.
God damn it. Sorry. Did it. But for streams, for normal streams, review streams, I go out of my way to not look up out-of-character stuff. Out-of-game stuff. Because I'm trying to review the game as if game facts didn't exist or walkthroughs or anything like that. So I want to review the game as pure as I possibly can. Obviously, I can't do that in many cases, but that is the intent. So for this game, for example, I have looked up nothing.
Tahar, Zauraka.
Greetings. Gore said we should talk to you regarding our strategy against the Ash Reavers.
Yes.
Can someone link Jalix Brown my Elder Scrolls lore run, please? Thanks.
Within the next 2 days, we need to turn this cow into a fortress. And since you've proven more than once that you're one heck of a commander, Gore wanted you to decide how. The first choice we need to make is what kind of fighters to pick to lead our defenses. We don't know Kagan's strategy, so normal axe wielders might be our best bet. Then again,
thank you, Mr.
Maybe Kagan thinks the same thing. In that case, a pack of warg riders would be devastating. Lastly, we could place our bets on K-Ran hunters and attack from the distance. What do you say, Tahar?
Let's play it safe and focus on the infantry.
All right. What about expanding? Kagan is still busy with building his cow, so we could either try to gain as much ground as we can now, or put our efforts into fortifying the sectors we already control instead.
Let's fortify. We must protect the heart of our base at all costs.
I agree with you on that. Lastly, how should we approach battle? Should we strike as early as possible and force Kagan to spend more resources now, or should we focus on building up a large horde instead?
The sooner we strike, the better. Let's be as aggressive as we can.
That's the spirit. Anyway, we're through. Best I get started on the preparations now. You've already spoken to Elder Zilrak and Urash, right? Then you should talk to Gore once you're ready to set our plan in motion. May your blood never boil, Tahar. I'll see you on the battlefield.
Yes.
I was actually pretty pleased with the Elder Scrolls lore run. I think that one was one of my more decent ones. My opinion. It's a lot to keep track of, though.
Tahar, I take it you've talked to the advisors?
Yeah, we're all set. What now?
Now we set our plan in motion. Once we've finished our preparations, we'll march towards Kagan's cow and try to reason with him. So, are you ready? I'm not expecting this to take more than a couple of hours. Half a day at most.
I'm ready. Let's begin.
Good. I'll send out word. Just stay alert, Tahar. The Ash Reavers aren't known for their intrigues, but Kagan's hatred might get the better of him.
I still can't believe we're doing this. Walking right into the lion's jaws.
I owe that to Rain.
You actually came. I'm impressed, Gore. I thought a coward like you would have let his pale-skinned friends do the hard part by themselves. So what do you want? Have you come to surrender? Honestly, I was a bit shocked when I saw you threw simple footfolk at us, as if you didn't know the Ash Reavers have never been beaten in an axe-to-axe battle.
I'm not going to surrender, and you know that.
Of course I do. Just as much as you know that I wouldn't let you, even if you wanted to. Then...
I didn't kill her, Kagan. I didn't.
Quiet.
She did it. She gave her life for me, damn it. I told her not to do it. I told her that I didn't want to be a shaman if it meant killing my own sister. But she just wouldn't listen. Kagan, do you have any idea how hard it is? To go on living as if nothing happened? Trying to forget this nightmare every goddamn day?
Liar! You fucking pathetic lying piece of shit! Zarek's fangs, I should fucking kill you right where you stand! Giving her life for a weakling like you? Why, Gore? Why? Why would she ever have done that?
I don't know. I just don't know.
That's right, you don't! And even if she had, even if what you told me wasn't the most cowardly, pathetic lie ever spoken by an orc, why did you go on? Why? If it was so hard for you, why didn't you just renounce Zarek altogether? Or even better, throw yourself off that bloody mountain? Why? I swear, Gore, by nightfall, you and your little pale-skinned friends' heads will all be on pikes right where I'm standing. The crows picking out your bloody eyes. I fucking swear it.
Gore isn't lying.
You'd know.
Quiet. What's that?
This isn't over, Gore. This isn't.
So, first of all, covering Arena and Daggerfall on camera might be the single most boring stream I've ever done. So, no, absolutely not. Second of all, any relevant lore within both Arena and Daggerfall was discussed during the other games, since the impacts of it are felt during those games.
Chieftain.
Fair enough.
Yes?
All right, we'll be fast. Bow, rack. These nails are rusty. Somebody get me new ones.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Good. Our cow grows stronger.
Yes.
Yeah. Chieftain.
Come on.
Yes?
Okay. See if we can find him.
Fair enough. Let's make this quick.
No, it's not that personal of a question. In fact, it's probably one of the more common questions I get about the old videos, alongside, what happened to your hair? And why are you so dumb and lame? So, the answer to the work thing is I used to work as an overnight Tier 2 networked engineer at a data center. And that means that I would be babysitting the overwhelming majority of my time. So what I would do is I would set up work that was fire and forget work, the kind of stuff you just kind of keep an eye on, you know? And then I, you know, while it's doing a server update, or while we're, you know, combing through a virtual server, or where we're trying to get the spreadsheet data pulled, or when I'm trying to extract the information from the HD, or whatever the hell I was actually doing, I would sit down in front of my laptop and just talk.
Here we go.
By memory, having not played the games in question for years. So, completely unscripted, completely unprepped for, no notes, no idea, and completely from memory. It's one of the reasons I want so badly to delete those old videos, because they're crap. But regardless of that, that's what I was doing there. School didn't help me out with anything. I'm pretty sure I didn't learn a single thing in school. At least not something. I'm saying that wrong. I'm pretty sure I didn't learn a single thing in college.
They will fall.
I learned plenty of stuff in high school. Or yeah, I learn and then forget after tests. Like Colin Peluso was like, "Do you remember Trails of the Cold Steel 1?" No. That was for rumination. I don't remember that at all.
Ah!
For the fire wielders!
Anyways, am I proud of the FF6 rumination? I think there's only the original FF rooms. I could be wrong about that, of course. But if so, the answer is no. No, they're crap.
Whatever's necessary.
How much I remember about Persona 5? I'm never forgiving that stupid fight.
I'll make it quick.
I actually remember a lot. The game should have stopped after the Shindo? I can't remember his name. Fight. And the music, and the alcoholic lady who was upset because there's a friend who was screwed over by politics. I mean, I remember a lot about Persona 5. I could probably just keep talking for like an hour about the stuff I remember about Persona 5.
You read my mind.
So they're using iron ones now. Cute.
What do we need?
Our enemy has golems. That's fun. Multiple golems.
Prepare yourselves.
If it makes you feel any better, Jalix, the Persona 5 run by itself is longer than the entire Elder Scrolls lore run. No, really.
All right, here goes nothing.
Corporal?
Bingo, Miss Eros.
Fair enough. Let's do this. Control. Need.
That's one of the reasons why we don't do game ruminations anymore. We just do the post-stream ruminations. Too long, Sevicom. Too long.
Get ready.
What do you want?
I was actually thinking to myself if there is such a thing as a game that can't be too long, and I'm not sure there is. I suppose we'll see.
Here we go.
Then again, there are several 40, 50-hour games which I have never felt bored in, and in fact was surprised at how quickly they went by. Grand Theft Auto 5 is a good example of that, and we 90%ed that one.
It will be bloody.
Yes.
What do you require?
Hey, Sean. I think they're games that are too short? Now that's an interesting question. I'm not sure that's ever come up. Let me think on that.
Focus here.
I mean, by definition, I suppose the answer to that would be yes. Because, for example, KOTOR 2 was rushed at the end. So any game that was rushed is probably too short by default. I prefer to go that route with it.
Get ready.
Oh yeah, by the way, you didn't see it because the Twitch is screwing up, but I thought I'd point out. I got that ability, which means all of my units now do siege damage with their regular attacks.
All right, here goes nothing.
This isn't their main base, obviously.
They won't stand a chance. Prepare yourselves.
Where the heck is their base?
They will fall. Let's see.
I like how it took away the Godstone from me. That's cute. Where is their stupid base? Yeah, see, I actually can't say Chrono Trigger is too short, because Chrono Trigger is effectively the perfect length. That's ignoring New Game Plus. That is a brilliantly paced game.
Here we go.
Like, it's a little crazy how well paced that game is.
Whatever's necessary.
I'll make it quick.
What's next? Huh? You read my mind. Whatever's necessary.
I understand.
Get ready. Fair enough. Let's do this.
How the hell are these assholes? God, I don't, Sevicom. Ugh, why would anyone prefer... whatever. Whatever. I don't understand. But that's okay. I don't understand why people like black licorice either. I mean, honestly, and I mean this with total sincerity, I personally would love to delete my old videos. I haven't, because I haven't had a practical reason to do so yet. the further on my show goes, the more likely it is I'm going to have practical reasons for deleting old videos. Because of YouTube algorithms, and because of ensuring that the right videos get clicked when searched for, rather than the wrong ones. Is that? That's a mark, dude. I don't care about him.
Of course.
Is that it? Was that their base?
It will be bloody.
I don't think it was, because they didn't, you know, die when I took out the main thing.
They will fall.
Well, I've already deleted quite a few Savacom. Nobody's noticed so far, so far so good.
Need control.
How horrible was the pattern, S.A. Ross?
I'll make it quick.
Damn it, M.A. Larson. Well, it's okay, he's gone from the show now, so now we can have the best character during the show.
Prepare yourselves.
I mean, again, Bamber, I've already deleted several of my old videos. No one seems to have noticed so far, so... Don't worry, I've only done it in cases where I actually have a modern version of said video.
Yes.
A proper remake, if you will.
Here we go.
I need to get rid of the marathon, though, just occurred to me, if I haven't already.
You read my mind.
I have no idea, Mr. Ed. I haven't even looked into it.
What do we need?
Where the hell is their goddamn base?
Understood.
Is there a show all map cheat I could turn on for 5 seconds? I'm not gonna do it. Well, the old FF Marathon Codex. It was one of the first large-scale streams that I did.
Like
Planned it for like a month in advance. My sister even helped me do it. It was bad. But again, more to the point, it's not only obsolete, it's been obsoleted twice. Nope. There's the ambush, which I don't care about.
All right.
Fine.
Here goes
You'll regret this.
Let the chieftain know what you want us to do.
You've got to be kidding me with this crap. Fine. Whatever.
They will fall.
Here we go.
No, Mr. Red, and I don't need to. The Dragon Age lore run was fine. And we're doing Dragon Age reviews soon. I mean, we've already done a Dragon Age Origins review.
You repent.
You die.
So much blood.
Alraka, this is bad.
Why in blazes is the purity here? I thought they were still a 2-day march away.
Seems they weren't. Quick, back to the Cal. We need to defend it.
From what? Okay, fine. Can't tell where it's wanted me to go. Here somewhere.
That way?
there, I guess. Is there a thing in here? Oh, there is. Oh, it's too late now.
All right, we'll be fast.
Well, they were some of the first Eitri, so that would make sense.
Just give the word.
Woohoo! Hooters is offering free delivery, guys.
We're under attack!
No, we're not. Shut up.
Got it.
Seriously, what do you want me to do, game? Oh my god.
What do you require?
Oh, here they come. So they're coming from the south, as expected, so they've got to be down there. Ooh, Chipotle. I wouldn't mind a good Chipotle right now. Where am I? Nowhere near anything, of course.
They won't stand a chance.
They will fall.
Kill the wolf. I mean, wasting leftovers is... I mean, granted, I haven't been starving for a long time in my life, but don't waste leftovers. Don't do it.
You read my mind.
Giant fire elemental. It's starting to piss me off a little bit. Where the hell is their goddamn base?
Whatever's necessary.
Is it up here? Does anybody know where their freaking base is? And yes, Madoka, Magica, blah, 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 and Ruby Season 1 are the only two animes I've covered. Yeah, food distribution and food preservation, those are the biggies. We're pretty good on food preservation, but food distribution, huge issue. But if we solve both of... Oh yeah, and Ghost in the Shell. If we solve both of those problems, then we would have the ability to, for example, have a food bank. Like a literal food bank where you could just put in food that is fresh and ready to go, and then pull it back out, right?
I understand.
No, I'd probably allow Ruby Season 2. We'll see, for Volume 2.
All right, here goes nothing.
No, it's fine, Eitri. I think I just need to give up on this entirely and figure out the hard way.
All right.
Where the hell their stupid base is.
Chieftain, the outpost has been built. Our borders have expanded.
Listen, if you want to waste food, Crouch and Grab, you go ahead. No, I'm kidding. I know. There would be people. If just for sheer laziness, there would be people who would be like, yeah, I mean, I could take it to the teleporter, but, you know, that's going to take time and effort. Or I could just toss it in the trash. Flunk.
Good idea.
So what we need to do is kill those people. And wait.
Chieftain, the outpost has been built.
Well, where the hell is their base then? Where is their stupid base? At this point, I'm just going to claim every blue spot and then kill the ambush and see what happens. We'll see what happens. Stein's Gate, I think, is on the list. I'm not sure. Either way, that wouldn't be a video, that'd be a stream. Because we're mostly a streamer now. We're not really a YouTuber. Ooh, that's not a bad idea, Lune Ruth. Because there will still be people who will just pay the tax, because deterrence doesn't always work. That's how deterrence is. But, as a direct consequence, we could use that tax money to good effect, as tax money should be used in general. Excuse me, Mr. Fire Elemental. I'm kind of busy right now. Do you have a minute to not waste my time? Appreciate it, maybe. I mean, you're taking a minute to die, so you're still wasting my time. So I'll just... waiting. I think at this point we could definitively say we're not beating the game today, though. This is one of 3 battles before we get the final area, for God's sakes.
Prepare yourselves.
Sure.
Not that Von Falkenstein is here, but check it out. Loot! But yeah, YouTube is YouTube, so... The only stuff that I really put my heart into anymore on YouTube is the movie ruminations and the Star Trek ruminations.
Expansion is the key to victory.
I suppose that's not fair. I put decent effort into the post-stream ruminations.
Chieftain, the outpost has been built.
Like, I speak ill of them, but every time I actually sit down and do them, I pour myself into them, so... Who knows? Maybe somebody likes them.
Good idea.
Not any person... YouTube is... Oh, Jesus, Jalix, that's a very, very, very long question you just asked. So I'm going to summarize. YouTube be bad, yo. There you go, there's the summary.
Chieftain, the outpost has been built. Our borders have expanded.
Well, I have a theory. In fact, I have 2 theories each. We're trying out the first one first, which is just kind of sweeping the map a little bit. Now, I actually put a lot of myself into the Lore Dervs, but I haven't done a Lore Dervs in like 6 months, and we'll never do one again, so...
Get ready!
Shit. Isn't that the guy you fought in Mullendeer?
You'll regret this.
I actually don't remember when we started this game. I'd have to look it up. Hey, it worked!
Balraka, this is bad.
Why in blazes is the purity here? I thought they were still a 2-day march away.
Seems they weren't. Quick, back to the Cal. We need to defend it.
Is there anything you need?
Yep.
Another victory.
I mean, if you want to just make videos for fun, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, Jalix, but I would really 100% not recommend anyone try to become a professional YouTuber as a main job at this point in history.
Tahar, I need to talk to you.
Looks like this is currently day 3.
Corporal?
Of streaming this game.
Give me a second.
And yes, we finally went. There was like 1 guy left down here, which was like not triggering the death of the ambush or whatever. Yeah, no. Persona 5 is the longest single game stream. The WoW lore run is the longest stream we've ever done. And the entire FF lore run, proper remake of course, is the 2nd longest stream we've ever done. Where is he? There he is.
They couldn't have picked a worse time. Now both the Purity and the Ash Reavers will try to destroy us.
So I'm guessing negotiating with the Ash Reavers is off the table.
I don't know. There needs to be a way to convince him. There must be.
How? He doesn't believe you, Gore.
I know. Maybe. Yes. Yes, that could work. If we take out the Purity first, then Kagan might be forced to cooperate.
Forced? Why?
For the same reason we beat Krell. Orcs, the Ash Reavers more than any other tribe, respect strength. If we show them how we crush the enemy before Kagan does, they might lay down their arms as a sign of respect.
Lay down their arms as a sign of respect? Sorry, Gore, but that plan sounds shaky at best. Kagan wants us dead, and his warriors know it.
Yes, Tahar, I know for heck's sake. But this is the only option we have. Though you're the commander, if you think there's no other way than to kill Kagan, fine. We'll do it your way. But whatever we do, we need to do it now.
I'll think on it.
And no, I count WoWs, each WoW expansion as an individual game. By the way, the reason the FF lore run is longer than the FF reviews is because I count the FF lore run as one thing. I count each FF review as an individual thing. That way I have a record of how long each FF is and how long the whole lore run was, separately.
Chieftain, the outpost has been built. Our borders have expanded.
What's next?
Yeah, YouTube is a mess. I don't blame many YouTube... You notice how a lot of YouTubers, most major YouTubers who do it for a living, primarily use, Raid Shadow Legends, or VPN, or whatever, right? Skillshare. I do not begrudge them any of that, because it is effectively the only way to make money on YouTube at this point, at a reliable manner. Relying on YouTube ad revenue is simply not feasible anymore.
So much.
Even the people who can actually pull that off, they're part of a self-selecting clique.
It will be bloody.
All right, give me a second.
And there's issues with that. Yeah, ad revenue has shrunk so hard.
Chieftain, the outpost has been built.
In multiple different
Our borders
ways.
have expanded.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
Will do.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't even put ads up on my YouTube videos. There's no reason to. I don't particularly want 5 cents a
Sounds
week.
like a plan.
Yes.
See, Tahar, they respect us now.
Kagan won't like that.
No.
Kagan.
The coward returns. Yes, you killed the Pale Skins, so doesn't change a thing, Gore.
Your horde won't like that.
Oh, really? Do you have any idea what I did to be here, Gore? They may respect you now, yes, but they won't dare to refuse an order. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I'll have your goddamn head on a pike. Now get back to your cow. We'll settle this on the battlefield.
No. There's been enough orc blood shed. This ends here and now.
You want to challenge me? Here, in my own camp? My men will slaughter you like a fucking pig.
I'll do it for them.
Gore, what are you doing? Put that knife away now!
No. Remember when you asked me how I could just go on, Kagan? I can't. But I did it, because it was what she would have wanted. But it seems that the only way I can make you believe me is by doing what I wanted to do all along the way. End it. Once and for all. I'm sorry, Tahar.
I'm not going to try and stop him.
I hope it.
Stop! Are you deaf? I said stop! I believe you, damn it, I believe you! But that doesn't mean I forgive you. I never want to see your face again, Gore. You hear me? Never.
You won't.
I need to go now. Away from here. Away from this fucking wasteland. Do what you want to my tribe. I don't care anymore. Strength, wisdom, it's all bullshit. Zarek doesn't care about us. None of the Guardians do. And now they're gone. The White Robe's got at least that much right. Zalraka, Gore. May you find your peace.
Yes?
Yep. I don't have anything else to add to that, really.
So, what's the plan?
No, Jalix Brown. I actually enjoy my job much more now that I've become professional. I know that sounds strange. No, the problem, if anybody has ever noticed over the last 7, 8, 9 years at this point that my demeanor has gotten worse, that's just the world grinding me down bit by bit. That's all that is.
Interesting.
It's not related to the job.
Barak, what happened? Where did he go?
He won't be coming back. You'll follow the fire wielders now.
Alright.
Careful, Gore. We respect you, but that doesn't...
You have 3 options. Number 1, fight us here and die. Number 2, stay on your own and get overrun by the Purity. Because believe me, they will be back, and we won't be there to save you. Or number 3, join forces with us, and become part of the biggest horde this land has seen for centuries. The choice is yours.
I can't make that decision alone. Go back to your Cal, Gore of the Fire Wielders. We will inform you of our decision.
Do you think they'll join us?
Yeah, they will.
Fascinating.
Then let's get back to our Cal and wait for their decision.
Too much standing around.
The horde.
Fire Wielders and Ash Reavers, the battle is over. Not only did Gore show strength by destroying the White-Robed, he also showed wisdom by convincing your chieftain, Kagan of the Ash Reavers, to end this battle before more of our kin died. He made you an offer, and you accepted. For now, we will follow the pale-skinned named Tahar in his fight against the white-robed heretics who renounce Zarek and the Guardians, and who want to bring an end to our people. Afterwards, our army will roam the mountains of Bargagor like no other tribe ever did before. Stronger than the Fleshkins, stronger than the Moonskinned, stronger than the Mudfangs. A people united in strength and wisdom alike!
Hold on, guys. Maybe we shouldn't go overboard here.
The Ash Reavers and the Fire Wielders united. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
You don't sound too happy.
Oh, I am. I just feel strange. All this, I never imagined I'd one day be a leader. I only did what was necessary. And now here I am.
You deserve it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, let's head back to Mullendeer. We can talk there if you want to.
Yeah, let's do our side quest really quick first.
So, you're the infamous Tahar. Huh. Not what I expected.
Who are you?
Zugan, Zalraka Tahar. We're Fire Wielders too, but we were out on an expedition for the past moon. Seems that we got back just in time.
Well, good timing. You should join the fight.
I can't wait.
Well, that was an easy sell. Hey, you want to join us? Sure. Hey, you want to join us?
Are you High Chieftain Gore's pale skin?
Probably. Who are you?
Keshtar from the Fleshkin tribe. We were near and heard the sounds of the battle. Those white soldiers you're fighting, they are our enemies too. We want to help.
Zalraka, Kesh. Yes, your help is more than welcome. But you should know the Purity isn't only...
The Ash Reavers. I know. And I also know the only reason for this battle is Kagan's hatred. We will help you.
Wow, this has been really easy. God, I wish all my recruits were like this. Like, if I walked into chat right now, I'd be like, hey guys, you want to join me? And everyone in chat would be like, I mean... you know...
Look at that.
Kind of busy.
Tahar. Zalraka.
Koresh?
Yes, Gore. I'm back, but I guess now is not the time for conversation. I heard what happened. The Ash Reaver, this purity of light, Kagan. I want to help.
So you're a troll tamer now?
That's a story for another time. For now, let's concentrate on the fighting.
Okay, well, that was fun. That one troll is rocking it out right now. I could probably swing some grilled cheese sandwiches. Are you okay with there being a slice of bacon on the grilled cheese sandwich? And by on, I mean in, excuse me. Maybe like, say, 3 slices of bacon per sandwich, something like that. Hey, here's another group who joined. Oh no, that's a reinforce, alright. Of course, Kremrin, of course. Let me go get these 12 bear hides for you. Hang on a sec. Alright, Mr. Red, you get no bacon now. You've gotten too greedy, so now you don't get anything. Good morning, Adam. Okay. Next. I've never actually skinned anything, Mr. Red. I did used to have a skin, but that's a weird and long story. Let's see. Let's bring...
I'll make it quick.
All right, here goes nothing.
Hang on. I suddenly have this weird feeling that I should bring under... Which one of you is Undergas?
Child's play.
Which one of you is Undergassed?
Let us make this quick.
There it is.
Here we are again. At least, with the Bloodburn gone, the undead should be less of a problem.
Undead swarm over the horizon.
The Bloodburn didn't just kill the living, it also woke the dead.
Interesting. Well, let's head to the fortress. I'll do the talking once we get there.
They won't stand a chance.
It's not actually Kevin Conroy. I know he sounds a lot like him, but it's not him. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I know, right, Eitri? He's probably trying to reestablish control. You know, he's the local lord, and we're stronger than him militarily, politically, and personally, so he's probably feeling a little bit, you know, threatened. But that's okay.
Something is strange. It's too quiet.
You're right. Stay sharp.
Do I have to stay sharp?
Let me know what you need. As you require.
No! For Aeonir!
Oh my gosh, it's a trap. Oh, I'm sorry. I feel like I was supposed to be surprised by that. Line? Oh. It's a trap.
Tower's breath. Bane?
Yes. Looks like Lacane has an interest in this place.
I fail to see the logic in that. Aenir's blade is a desert, and doesn't he need the tomb of the field dog protected as much as we do?
Maybe he's even more deranged than we thought. In any case, we should hurry. If the Falcons learn to attack, things are worse than we feared.
Hey, help me!
Ah, shit.
Tiara's breath. Thank you. I was sure they were going to kill me.
Well, you're safe now. What happened here? And who are you?
Ralph. Ralph Haddony. I'm a mentalist from the Creators Guild in Neverlight.
Then why don't I know you?
Pardon me?
I'm Undergast, first scholar of the Creators Guild. And I have never seen your face before.
Oh, you! Of course, Lena told us about you. I only just joined the guild some weeks ago. I was a rebel before that.
Lena?
Yes, second scholar, Lena de Breos.
Look, I hate to interrupt, but we need to know what's going on here.
Yes, of course. The Deathman and the Bane. They've invaded the canyon, and they are besieging the Falcon Fortress as we speak.
Blazes. That's not good.
And what about you? What are you doing here?
Long story. I think Scala Lena is better fit to tell you. We have a camp in the southeast of the canyon.
That's west.
I'll go there right now. You're free to join me if you want.
All right. Stay safe, Ralph.
Huh. I'll do my best.
Okay, never mind. That's east.
If the fortress is under siege, that camp is probably a good place to make contact with the Falcons.
Agreed. Once we have a better idea of the situation, we'll send word to our forces.
They will fall.
I want to see something, actually. Just for fun's sakes. So let's save. Ah! Put our put our fingers on the wrong buttons. There we go.
Let's see what we can do.
Because I kind of remember the layout of this area.
Everything has an end.
I understand.
Kinda.
Let's see what we can do.
For the Queen!
Well, hopefully both are doing well, McDud. Or Mr. Red, sorry.
I'll do what's required.
McDud, you don't get to do well. Sorry.
Whatever's necessary.
So while we're here, anybody like Zelda? Really? It did it again. The second I hit play on an external music source, it decided to play the music in-game. This game, I swear. Driving me nuts. Yeah, tell me about it, Conflu, so. Wait a second. Where'd you get that donut?
Understood.
Have you been sneaking donuts? Oh, they have an army. Yeah, we killed them. What? We killed their army.
Yes.
But you... Huh? Yeah, we're a PC. I know, it takes some getting used to.
It's over already.
Well, while this fight takes forever, I'm gonna adjust my fan really quick. Go back. I mean, in my defense, Von Falkenstein is the one who's constantly telling me I need to. Hey! Oh, that I might actually have to try for that one. Alright, let's put that up.
What is it?
And that up. And... oh god, I don't remember what these things are. No, that's already up. That's already up. There it is. There's the one I want. Come on. Yeah, that's a lot of forces. I think we got this, but we'll see.
You'll regret this.
Cast. Actually, yes, S.A. Ross. Today was the first day it was actually in the 50s outside. Which is just low enough that I was able to not have the AC on today. It's only now getting kind of warm. So anyways, I started blasting.
For Northander!
So, funny thing about artillery, if they've got nothing to defend them, they're kind of screwed. Oh, looks like we actually can't enter the enemy base. Oh, whatever. Whenever we get the mission, we have wiped out their front forces. Yeah, that's pretty much us right now, Adam. One does not simply walk into who are these guys? And we're just walking into the scene. Guys, we're back from Mordor. What? Yeah. Whew, it's been a trip. My dogs are killing me. I'm with him.
For the Queen!
Not with him, though. Hello, Jimatul. Welcome to my stream. We're playing a game I don't know much about, but I've been enjoying pretty well. You're more than welcome to share, talk, chat. Tell me how horrible I am. I hear it all the time. See, I just have to think about playing my own music, and then the game's music starts up every single time. I wonder if my base is still there. Because it wasn't in the other place. Yep, nope, it's gone. So that definitively proves all that infrastructure I was building the first time around was not worth the effort.
Who are they? They don't look like Bane.
I'm not Bane. You're sure we're talking like this? Because this would be Bane.
Well, well. So you're the ones Ralph was talking about. And it's true. You're here, Undergast.
Yes, Lena, I am.
Unbelievable. Right up until now, I thought Ralph was pulling my leg. Why, Undergast? All those years, I've tried to convince you to get out there, look for wisdom in the world, rather than your books. But you wouldn't listen. And now, all of a sudden, you did? Why?
Well, you see this guy behind me, which is glowing with like 7 different magical auras?
That is complicated. And if you wish so, I will tell you, but not now. It seems you and your people are in trouble, are you not?
Yeah, we are. So, who are you people? Oh, you're definitely not with the Purity, that's for sure. I'd recognize that deluded look right across that bloody canyon.
Lord Marshal Angar Arendir.
Oh, so you're the King Regent. True, now I see it. Though you don't live up to the paintings, if I may say so. Then I suppose this is Tahar, the prodigal child. Pleasure to meet you.
Lena, what is the meaning of this? Why are you and these mages here?
You know who we are, Undergast, and what we set out to do. As for you, Tahar, I'm Lena, second scholar of the Creators Guild. Or was, that is. I guess they crossed out my title after I left.
We did.
So why exactly are we here in Aenir's Blade? That's a story to fill books with, but I'll make it short. Because some of us were tired of sitting on our supposedly safe little island in Everlight and watching while mages are being slaughtered. A law which, by the way, you ratified, Lord Marshal Arendir.
I did what was necessary.
Yes, the universal excuse for everything, isn't it? We spent the past year helping wherever we could, but it was a misty war, so to speak. You couldn't tell your enemies from your allies. However, since the Kane has gone crazy, things got easier. So now we're fighting the Purity.
But why here, in Aenir's Blade?
Ever heard of Yura's Ring?
You think it is here?
No, Undergast. I know it is here. In the first battle with the Field Darg, there was a mage named, you guessed it, Yura. She is one of the main reasons why Io is still in one piece. She held the Field Darg at bay while the Guardians banished them. Of course, however, it cost her dearly. She gave her life for it. The ring, however, is still here, buried thousands of armlets beneath the sand. We're here to retrieve it.
How? It would take years to dig that deep.
Good thing we aren't planning to dig. In the past moons, I prepared a ritual. Telekinesis, if that strikes a chord. However, releasing that much magical energy is likely to wake up a whole lot of undead. In other words, we can't do the ritual without someone guarding us. Which brings me to my next question.
We will help.
Shouldn't we at least think on this?
No. I ask very little of you, but I do ask that we do this. We will help Lena. That is the first and last request I will ever make of you.
Thanks, I suppose.
Fine. We'll help.
Well, wait. I don't want you to risk you and your man's lives for nothing. So let us make a bargain. If you help us retrieve the ring, I'll convince some of our mages to help you in your battle. Frankly, your army has the best chances of winning this war, and we could use help.
Sounds fair. What's your plan?
Actually, it's quite simple. We will teleport ourselves to the ritual grounds and await you there. All you need to do is to protect us while we cast the spell.
That's simple enough. All right, we'll meet you there.
Thank you. And stay safe, Undergast. Will you?
Alright, so who's up for letting them die? I'm kidding, of course. We're not going to do that. Way over there? Seriously? Okay, whatever. But yeah, sorry. If in order to answer you verbally, Adam, I've got the Marshal here and his 2 auras, and then I've got me and my 3 auras. And since I've been empowered, I've been working on getting my 3 auras up to level 3 each. Which, that's the big one, because all my units now do siege damage, which has officially made this game hysterical. So where's the enemy base? Because I couldn't attack here. That's not the enemy base. So what could it be?
I will do as I must.
I could really use warpstone.
As you require.
Fighting games. Have I reviewed any fighting games? Only one, Dissidia NT. It was crap. I have played quite a few fighting games, and we will be playing Smash Brothers Ultimate as another review, but we haven't gotten there yet.
It will be bloody.
Just shredding them.
Blood. So much blood.
Yeah, Dissidia NT was one of the very first reviews under this system. I don't know if I don't think it was the first, but it was like the 3rd or 4th or something like that. It was way up there.
Let's see what
I was looking forward to that game too.
You read
It's actually funny. Some of our earliest reviews were all pretty disappointing because Mario Tennis Aces was up there as well, and that game. Ugh. I was a Street Fighter kid. Street Fighter 2 Turbo was my personal favorite. Although I also liked Virtua Fighter, Mortal Kombat 3.
They will fall.
Hey, look, siege damage. That's hysterical. I don't remember what else. Killer Instinct. I played Killer Instinct for a while.
As you want.
As you require.
There we go.
What do we need?
SNK, but I forget which one, so don't ask me.
Yes, of
Wow,
course.
this actually hurts. I'm in shock.
Whatever's necessary.
Of course, that troll is the problem here. I guarantee it.
I'm injured.
Let's just withdraw.
Understood.
They killed one of our heroes.
Fine.
Where is she? There she is.
Come on. Don't die on us now.
Yeah, that troll was a lot of the problem there. Sorry, I'm used to not having to try.
What do you require?
I'm injured.
So that's on me. Just chill for a second. Everyone take 5. Smoke if you got him.
Yes.
This is also not my A team, so that's part of the problem. Is there a stone up here? Because that would really simplify things. Let's just kind of sneak into the enemy base. Don't mind me. Hey, there's a stone. Sweet.
Just
Oh, it won't let me take it. Move up a
fine
more.
plan.
There we go.
You'll regret this.
Death sticks. You don't want to sell me some death sticks, though. I'm not into death sticks.
It's over already.
Let me know what you need.
That's the problem.
Next.
I'll handle it.
See, now that they don't have the troll, we're just shredding them again. Who's the guy getting wrecked?
Let me know what
Corporal?
Oh, it's Iana. I'm still working on her armor, aren't I? Yeah. Although she has enough, so there.
For Northander!
Yeah, we'll take care of the troll group.
It's over already.
Hello? What are you guys doing?
As you want.
Sure. There it is.
Yes.
I'll be swift.
Interesting.
Not fair. Not fair.
Understood.
Yes, of course.
It will be bloody.
Delicious red sand. Yes, please. Good evening, Baron.
They will fall.
I'll handle it.
Siege damage. In case this is a bad idea, I'm gonna grab a save there. Hello, Blue Master.
As you
I'll
want.
do what's required. I'll make it quick.
What is it?
Good thing.
Heck, we're gonna have to deal with that stupid troll, aren't we?
As you want.
You read my mind.
Let's at least break down his elites before we go after the troll. And let's get some doppelgangers going on here.
Whatever's necessary.
Let us make this quick.
Alright, buddy.
I'm ready.
It's actually 4 Taitu. Whoa, I know, right?
Let's see what we can do.
And troll be dead. Now that's officially game at that point. Without their troll, we've got this. We'll even stand in the fire.
I understand.
I mean, the people who made Mass Effect have flat out said on record that they were inspired by Babylon 5, Colin Peluso, so... That being said, I do think Mass Effect is its own thing, and I don't want to accuse Mass Effect of ripping off Babylon 5, but there's definitely some inspiration there. I am... ooh.
Chance.
You'll regret this.
Need.
Oh, that wasn't actually their main base. Wow.
They will fall.
Yeah, the only one I didn't catch... No, it's Russ. The only one I didn't catch, just from analysis, was Ender's Game. And that's on me. I'm not that familiar with Ender's Game. Like, I've read it, but...
I'll make it quick.
I suppose we shouldn't be massacring all their villagers. Stab. Okay, they're all dead. We here the lore walkers, do not believe in war crimes. We think that for the best possible player choice outcome, we're going to start charging people for war crimes done. And in any case, to ensure the best possible experience for every player when committing war crimes in our game.
Yes?
What do you want? I will do as I must. Everything has an end. As you require.
Anyways. Oh, maybe I can grab the stone now. It's the actual thing I came in here to do.
Let's see.
There we go.
Let me know
Let
what
us
you
see.
need.
War crime loot boxes. You open up the thing. No, I don't, Colin Paluzzo. You open up the thing and,
Whatever's necessary.
hey! You just executed civilians! Psh, confetti. A sequel to Babylon 5, huh? Oh, Christ, I don't know. Alright, it's a prequel. And it's set during the conflict that led to the San Diego crisis. There you go. Bam. Done. Either that, or we do, you know, what was going to happen.
It will be bloody.
Good night, Jim O'Toole. Have a good one. Get some good rest. Nothing, Asiros. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you don't know Babylon 5, don't worry about it. I'm dancing around spoilers. In all seriousness, though, I just continue the story they were doing that they pulled the plug on for Babylon 5. I mean, they were, what, one episode away from Bester showing up? One. And then, so there you go. There's the sequel.
Well, if this isn't good timing, we just finished preparing the spell. So are you ready? As I said, once we start, we can expect a lot of resistance.
I just killed 2 armies in a base by myself.
I'm ready.
All right. Alron, is everything ready?
Yes.
Just saying. JMS has absolutely given up on Babylon 5, but I don't blame him for that, because for the last 20 years, it might be closer to like 18, for the last decade plus, no, Taito, that was totally stupid. For the last 18-ish years, he has been trying to rip the rights of Babylon 5 out of the people who own it, in order to try and do anything with it. He tried to make a movie, he tried to continue the series, he tried to do a reboot series. None of that happened because the people who actually own the rights to Babylon 5 are rights squatting. He suspects, and I actually agree with his analysis on this, that there is some... I'm trying to think how to describe this simplistically. Non-tangible purpose behind doing so. Basically spite or pride. Because that's actually a fairly common thing when it comes to Hollywood. What they will do is they'll say, you know, like Baron in chat, he has the rights to make, let me make something up that hasn't actually had this happen to it. He has the rights to make a Mass Effect movie, okay? Now, for whatever reason, Baron had this one time when he went out to dinner with the guy who was actually supposed to be working on the Mass Effect movie. And the guy was kind of rude to him. Or maybe he was red instead of blue. Or maybe he ate fish. Or maybe he made fun of him. Or maybe he just didn't like his face. But because of that personal bias Baron has, Baron decides, oh, well, I'm just going to sit on this now. Because I can, legally. And he will prevent anyone else... See you around, Adam. Have a good day at work. He will prevent anyone else from working on it with basically, this is my toy, you can't play with it syndrome. This is extremely common in Hollywood. To the point of it being normalized.
By the Guardians, we did it. We actually did did it.
It's over? You have the ring?
We do. Tiara's breath. It's beautiful.
You should put it on without any safety precautions whatsoever.
You made this possible. I must say the rumors about you seem to be true. Either way, you held your end of the bargain, and we'll hold ours. I need to get the ring into safety, but the others will join you.
Wait, you aren't staying?
I can't, Undergast. Not yet.
I understand.
Good. Just exit the canyon through the pass on the east. One of our scouts will be waiting there. He'll show you the way to Mullendeer.
Mullendeer. Well, isn't that intriguing? Fine. Barrett, you heard it.
Yes. We will not let you down, Tahar.
Hi, Cord.
Fine.
But yeah, just to name an example I am substantially more familiar with in terms of specifics, there are several specific Star Trek shows, Star Trek characters, and Star Trek cast members who were screwed over specifically because of that kind of petty spitefulness. You know, the just, I don't like their face mentality, which led to the shows being canceled or the people not being rehired or whatever.
They devastated this place.
As I said, Aranor's distrust in the Deathmen was justified.
Now would you look at...
Hold it right there. One step further and I'll slit your throat.
Put the knife away, boy. We're not your enemies.
Excuse me, who are you to... Wait, Lord Marshal Arendir? But they told us you fell in the Battle of Greykeep.
Who? The Bane? The Deathmen? Don't believe everything you hear, boy. Now put down that weapon. We're here to help.
Of course. My apologies, Lord Marshal. I meant no offense.
Who is... Wait. You're the one who helped to free the fortress, aren't you? And Lord Marshal Arendir, you're... Tiara's breath. I'm Watcher Joanne. Forgive Recruit Averett's behavior.
No harm done. Now, tell us what happened. Where's the High Keeper?
In the fortress. That whole mess, it happened a week ago. We were still recovering from the undead attack a moon ago, and we thought the Deathmen were gone for good. They completely took us by surprise, like bloody amateurs. We just barely managed to drive them out of the fortress.
We? But you're here, aren't you?
Yes, well, that's a different story. The 6 of us, we were tasked with guarding the catapult. When those screaming Bane fanatics attacked by the dozens, we got... I don't know, scared. We ran.
No reason to be ashamed. You're no good to anyone dead.
That's Sellsword's thinking. A keeper of the Iron Falcons shouldn't run away like that. Yet we all did. We're a disgrace.
Well, self-pity doesn't help either. We need to act. You said the Bane and the Deathmen are besieging the fortress. How big of an army are we talking about?
A large one. They are only a fraction of their respective forces, but together, they will break through the gates eventually.
Well, then I think it's time to call in our troops. Our old outpost. Is it still there?
I think the Deathmen burned it to the ground, but it should be easily rebuilt.
Good. What then?
Well, obviously the most important thing is to prevent the Deathmen from breaking through the fortress. But a head-on ambush would be suicide.
Then what do you suggest?
I suggest a two-way route. We support Highkeeper Aranor in the fortress and simultaneously weaken the enemy. Also, Averett may not look like it, but he's actually a skilled Arya Smith. If you get us the material, we can equip your warriors with it.
What about Gifford?
Yes, true. He might also be able to help. If they didn't kill him yet, that is.
I understand. But how can we support the keepers on the inside?
Well, they've been trapped in the fortress for over a week, and our provisions were already low back then. If we manage to smuggle resources inside, then it may help them to regain their strength. There's a small hole in one of the northwestern walls, just next to the catapult. If we secure that sector, we can drop resources into their courtyard.
Solid plan. Then let's get to work.
Yes. And with your permission, we will join you. We've been hiding for too long. It's time to make these bastards pay.
I'll be swift.
Hold it right there. One step further and I'll slit your throat.
I guess I'll take the troops too. Come on, troops.
She's the fastest.
Waiting your orders. And your command.
Yes.
This looks like a suitable place.
I've actually been putting serious thought into copyright as a concept. Having studied where it actually came from, it's fascinating, really. And I'm still undecided on the core question, which I asked on Polemic Day, if you remember. The core question, it boils down to this. Do you think that, legally, someone should be able to make a Star Wars film now, regardless of being Disney or Lucasfilm or whoever? And if... I mean, there's actually some layers to that, but that's what the core question boils down to.
We've expanded our borders.
Like I said, it's an interesting concept to think on.
Control.
You regret this.
Control.
I ride with Harry.
Is there anything you...
See, I'm admittedly of two minds on the subject, because I absolutely would want to retain control over my setting. I don't think that's a really hard idea to understand. But on the other hand, you know, if I'm dead...
I told you, I need my tools!
You have a hammer and you have a pincer. Why isn't that enough?
Because it's a bloody catapult you want me to repair, not the roofing of your goddamn privy.
Everything has an end.
See, for those of you not aware, the original way trademarks and copyrights worked was exactly as I described. Star Wars comes out, X years pass, I forget the original time, it bounced around for a bit, but it's about a decade. And then other people, other companies, individuals, and otherwise had the right and legal ratification to go ahead and make Star Wars stuff, because now Star Wars is no longer, you know, held in copyright.
Expansion is the key to victory.
It was a British thing. It was fascinating to read about, really.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
That's a start. Are you Gifford?
Yes. You've heard of me. Who sent you? Joanne?
A couple of survivors who retreated to the old camp, yes. They told me you might be able to help us. This catapult, are you able to repair it? It might be useful against the Deathmen and the Bane.
That's true. But no. These sodding idiots wrecked it completely. Kind of funny, considering they wanted me to fix it afterwards.
There must be a way.
There is, but it would take weeks.
What about our troops? Could you support them instead?
You have troops? Well, yes, of course, with pleasure. Anything to drive those bastards out of the canyon. There's just one problem. They took my tools.
That's not gonna be a problem. Our craftsmen have enough tools.
Special tools. Washers, hook hooks, Chilean rope, and so on and so forth. Blazes, why does everybody think siege weapon construction is so easy?
I get it. Any idea where they took them?
No, but if I had to guess, I'd say their camp. Bring them to me, and I'll get to work right away.
Fine. I'll see what I can do.
Good. Thanks again for helping, friend. You probably saved my life.
Well, I'm pretty good at that.
Yes.
And yeah, that is one of the issues, Crouching Crowd. But, I mean, legally speaking, that is kind of how that boils down. You know?
I'm ready.
It's kind of an all-or-none situation.
As you require.
Need scouting?
You read my mind.
I don't know if we'll actually have to do that quest, but, you know. We might have to? Who do I still have to defeat? I've taken out 2 bases at this point. What's left? Part of the other problem, too, is, as Grammer just mentioned, franchising. Because, for example, let's say for a moment that George Lucas and crew make Star Wars. And that's it. That's the totality of it.
Has been built. We've expanded.
Under that circumstance, it's a lot easier to see why Star Wars should then enter public domain 15 years later, right? But the problem is Star Wars isn't one movie. Star Wars is 11 movies plus hundreds of books and dozens of games and dozens of comics and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TV shows?
We're being attacked.
I think. You get the point, though.
Let us make this quick.
And thus, that is a little bit trickier to design when it comes to copyright and trademark law. It's easy to say one thing should enter public domain. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
As you require.
Of course, any company would then be able to do things. So if we made a clause, this is how lawmaking works. Let's say we make a clause. And let's say the clause says, hey, so
everything has an end.
If you actually have a franchise going, well, then that no longer applies to the 15-year time limit law, okay? The problem is that opens up a huge can of worms, and in fact, that has already been a problem. All I have to say is the Fantastic Four movie. No, not that one. No, not that one. The one back in the 80s, I think it was. The really old one. That they made and never publicly released just to hold on to the licensing rights and to maintain franchising rights. So you would have companies doing exactly that. It's like, oh yeah, no, Star Wars is a franchise. It's still mine. I made these 2 other movies and this one book that I haven't released. Oh yeah, the Captain America movie of the 80s, which was also total crap.
Where to?
I'll make it quick.
Was the movie good? No.
They won't stand a chance.
What do you want?
Let's see what we can do.
So yeah, I brought an army this time, and they're all doing siege damage, so...
Hunt him down!
Wait, why would they do that, Savacom? That's insanity. But you get my point. This is one of the reasons why, as weird as it may sound, I'm more in favor of the public domain thing than I am not. And the older I'm getting and the more thought I put into it, the more I lean in that direction.
It's over already.
Huh? I was just thinking I may have to actually gather resources. Nope, we're good. I mean, don't mistake me, that will introduce some headaches, and I'm not trying to say that it won't. But at the same time, I think the benefits outweigh the detriments there. My opinion. Hey, the door's open this time. Good thing we killed that giant army out front already.
Interesting.
Hey, remember us? You remember Twit Lady?
Tahar. And once again, you save the day. I'm ashamed you only see the Falcons like this. Failing.
I've gotten used to it.
Well, your mockery is justified. I guess this was your plan, Angar? Helping your sister? You always liked to be the savior.
Sister?
Yes. We're twins.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because it wasn't relevant. I'm not here to save you, Aranor. I'm here because we need your help. We need the Keepers.
Why? Because of our legendary skills? You see how much they've helped us. But I guess we should discuss this elsewhere. Let us meet at your outpost, Tahar. Before we do anything else, we need to tend to the wounded and make sure the tomb is properly guarded again.
What do you require? I am ready.
There it is. See, it's okay, Baron. If the extant ever became a smash success, and also copyright law has been rewritten, that means I'm already in control of the world, so I can just make a special rule saying the extant is off limits, and there we go. Or more likely, I'd just execute executive veto on that one. Like, say someone wants to make a story about someone who makes, like, a healing device as a kobold? I mean, that's just kind of weird. Nope, there has to be special rules. There do. I mean that sincerely. I'm not actually memeing there. A law does not apply universally. I don't believe in that. I don't fundamentally believe in that concept. There's no such thing as X all the time. No absolutes.
Yes? Any luck yet?
I think so. Are these your tools?
Let me see. Nihal's hammer, yes! And they're still intact. I was half expecting they tried to use them as some bloody soup ladles. Goddamn dimwits. Fair enough, then. Where's this camp of yours? I'll go right away and help your soldiers create some nice little things to toy with.
In the south, near the old Falcon camp. Just make sure not to run into any deathmen on the way.
I won't. Thanks again.
I mean, I could comment on that Von Falkenstein, but we're drifting into polemic territory, so I'm going to pull out of that. All I'm going to say is that what I've already said. I've said my piece. Now, how would I define insanity? We actually talked about that during the Batman Arkham trilogy, but to summarize, in my mind, someone who is insane is someone who walks into the living room and they see a cardboard box in the ground, so they pull out a can of mayonnaise and smear mayonnaise all over the box and then carry it upstairs.
Careful.
As you want.
Let's see.
There you are. Well then, let's get this over with, shall we? What did you mean by you need our help? I appreciate what you did for us. You too, Angar. But you know that Falcons cannot leave the canyon. The tomb needs to be protected, from now until eternity.
They will guard the tomb, but not all of you. We will provide you with enough soldiers to both rebuild your fortress and to protect the tomb while you are with us. And once the Harbinger is dead, you can return to the canyon. Please, Aranor, don't make this harder than it is. You know I have the power to command you if needed, but I don't want to do this.
Fine. I suppose you're right. If the Harbinger is mad enough to attack Aenir's blade, we would not be safe here anyway. We will lend you our maces, Tahar, as long as you serve a righteous cause. What about Myra? House Uhtren's army is among the largest in Northander. Will she help too?
That's a long story. I'll tell you on the way to Mullandir.
Fine. But these soldiers you're sending as a temporary replacement, I will be the one who picks them. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. Then I will join you with 24 of my keepers. That has to be enough. When do we head out?
Soon. Tahar will give the command. Those mentalists might still need our help. We should talk to them. Your army needs more skilled mages.
We'll see.
All right. We'll leave when you give the word.
My first thought is my ship, Baron, in space. My second thought is my space station, in space. If I have to pick something on Earth, that's actually a pretty tricky question. My first thought is Switzerland, but I'd have to think about that, because I honestly have not. So, 3 recruits, 3 reinforces. Speaking of which, let's go reinforce the elves. Right after we talk to Undergast. I'm not super worried about that, Grammar, to be completely honest with you. Of course they do have mockingbirds. No place is safe. There is no such thing. That's not the question I was asked. Favorite type of elves? Warcraft. If I have to pick a specific one, I'd probably go with the Nightborn, honestly. Probably Nightborn, Blood Elf, and High Elf, Night Elf, in that order.
Interesting.
Hello?
Are you alright? You seem distraught.
I am. Meeting Lena again. It was a strange experience.
I imagine. You seemed distant back there, and so did she.
Yes. Because I simply did not know how to behave. This bond I have told you about, it is gone.
You mean?
Yes. My feelings for her have changed. I cannot explain why, but I felt it the moment I saw her, and judging by her body language and her words towards me, I conclude that she feels the same.
Huh. How does this make you feel?
I do not know. I will need to think.
The irony is, nowadays, I think Warhammer tends to do that more than Warcraft, but let's not get into that.
How do you explain that?
I cannot. Maybe our disagreement did not only harm our bond, but broke it entirely. Or maybe being separated for so long did. There is no way I can know. As I have told you already, I have never before felt a connection like the one we had. I did not even believe my mind to be capable of feeling it. Its sudden disappearance makes as little sense to me as the fact that it existed in the first place.
Maybe it's for the better.
I agree. There will be no more distractions from here on out. If you don't mind, I would like some time to think now. If you wish, we can talk later.
All right.
So, he's finally ready to go. Let's see what he gets. Annihilate. Pure damage, which does explosions when connecting with the enemy. I've actually been holding on to his last ability specifically to grab that. Where is he? Where is he? There it is. So let's swap out... Where's Annihilate? I just grabbed it. Where's... There it is. Let's swap out Paradox. That's not all that great. To the elves. I got more into Warhammer thanks to Vermintide 2 and the Total War 2. I forget the full name. It's like Total War Warhammer 2 something. Oh. Let's see. Elves, get out of my party. Get into my party.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Get out of my party. And let's bring you.
When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Haliash, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the
non-orc unit in 40k? I don't think I could name a specific unit, but I have to admit,
ahead. I think that's them.
The Dreadnought for the Space Marines would be pretty high up there. And a lot of the Tau units, because Tau units are just cool.
Not saying you are wrong, but maybe now wasn't the best time to cause turmoil among your people, don't you think?
There was no way I could have known this would happen.
Maybe not. Maybe you could have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Seems your allies have arrived. You're Tahar, aren't you? Silverhand is pleased to meet you.
Careful, Tahar. This man's aura is overwhelming.
It is indeed, but that doesn't mean he wants to harm you.
Okay, that's terrifying. Worst playable race in Warcraft in regards to negative impact on the universe? Draenei.
Who are you?
Just call him Silverhand. Most people do. He's a friend of the elves, you might say. Particularly of the brown blood Moorhere kind. And he's here because his friend Varden Merilith told him they had gotten themselves into trouble once again. Arlen Finrior, the first scryer of Lathwen, has disappeared.
Ran off? I think that's a better way to put it. But let's talk in the outpost. Follow me.
I mean, I was speaking with regards to the Eridar, Mr. Red, since that's, yeah. It's hard to top that, you know.
All right. So, where do we begin? The corruption hit again, harder than before.
But why? We cleaned the pools, didn't we?
You did, yes. But as it turns out, that was only temporary. After you left, the corruption came back with a vengeance. So far, we have lost over a dozen hunters to it. Then, one night, Arlen Finrior ran off, just like that.
Why would he do that?
Well, he left a note. To cure the corruption.
There's more to it, though. Silverhand hasn't told Varden yet, but he can feel it.
I see. So you're here to find Arlen, is that it? And that's what you need our help for?
Yes. Despite Silverhand and his mages, the jungle turns out far more perilous than anticipated. There's corrupted, there's those beasts, and there's purity, as they like to style themselves. Silverhand would call them self-important blockheads.
So what do you need us to do?
The same you did in Leafshade. Find the cause of the corruption and end it. And, of course, find Arlen if he's still alive. If we don't settle that matter, we don't have a choice but order the troops we provided you with back to us.
Not to mention that the corruption might spread, which, after this land just lived through the Bloodburn, would be an unfortunate development indeed.
All right. I'll scout the jungle for traces of Arlen and the source of the corruption. You stay here and make sure your camp is safe.
Good to hear. Thank you, Tahar. I mean it. We'll hold our position.
Though Silverhand might reach out to you every now and then. We shall see.
Fair enough. Stay safe.
What do you want?
Understood. Get ready!
Hey, Enigma Machine. What's up? Nice Jack. Oh my god. How long has it been since you've been on stream?
Together with Lakane's masked priest, this is the second Dreamweaver I've seen in less than a moon.
I take it there aren't many.
Among humans, elves, and orcs, no. The Dark Elves have their own psychic elite units, but that is a different story.
As I say, I've been wearing this most of this year. This is not that new of a thing.
Now
That's
would
why
you
I was
look
like,
at
wow. But thank you. I like the coat as well.
They will fall.
I'm pretty satisfied with it as my uniform. Well, that's cute looking. Hey, it's spiders, but they're also oozing corruption.
Silverhand has felt something shift. What's happening?
Abominations! Help us!
No, we're fine. We got this. Hey, Myron, good morning. This is a London fog, which is also my personal favorite type of coat for general use.
Tiara's breath. That was close.
No, it wasn't.
They seem to be coming from the south. Maybe that's where we should look for the corruption, then.
Villain's raids. Did you see that?
The fog killed them. Could that be?
The center of the corruption. Yes, it could be. It emanates the same magical signatures as the pools in Leafshade.
Then this must be where it started. The wind must have spread it all the way to Lithwain. That's interesting.
Tahar? Silverhand just sensed something. Death. Are you all right?
I am.
Yeah, let's go do that. Yeah, I had to take out the inner lining because it was just too hot, but otherwise it works quite well. I think so.
Focus area. Focus.
For the fire wielders!
I was hoping for a stone.
Fine.
Is there seriously no stones down here at all? Nothing? Nothing? Come on! I mean, there's that one, I guess.
Here we go.
The rocker.
Saving time at this point, but whatever. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There he is. I understand that completely, Enigma Machine. I basically go out to get groceries and to help my sister, and that is it right now. Granted, I'm streaming 10 hours a day, but there's some
Silverhand said you
connecting
found the
points
cause
there.
of the corruption. Is that true?
I think so. There's a thick, reddish mist spreading all across the middle of the jungle. It kills whoever walks into it.
Any sign of Arlen?
I'm afraid not. But we saw purity in the jungle. They seem to be oblivious to what the mist does.
Silverhand sees. Well, they are not our priority right now. The purity will be dealt with once we've cleared the corruption. Be that as it may, it seems they are not getting anywhere without clearing up that mist.
Maybe there's something you and your winter mages could do about it?
No. No, Silverhand cannot. But he thinks there's someone who can.
You don't sound too happy about it.
Yes, well, he is a complicated character, and that's putting it mildly. He's a priest of Nor.
A dark elf?
Yes, but save for him, Silverhand can't think of anybody who could help us otherwise. You'll need to find him and bring him here. He lives in the old monastery.
So I'm guessing you want me to go there and convince that seer to come here.
Wraith. His name is Wraith. But yes, that is what he would ask you to do. Silverhand knows you've traveled far already, but unless you know another way to deal with that mist, Wraith seems to be our only option.
All right, I'll try. What's next?
Well, let's get it on.
Let's burn them.
I'd have to think about a favorite part of 40k lore. I mean, there's the most ridiculous part of 40k lore, which is the fact that they literally kill hundreds, if not thousands of people every time they use faster-than-light travel. Which is just insanity. Or I suppose they could mention the fact that thousands of people die every day just to keep the beacon lit.
I understand.
While we're on the subject. Just shovel people into that furnace.
Once an imposing monument to the Guardians, the old monastery was destroyed by a tribe of orcs during the War of the Six Races.
Okay, according to the map, the old monastery should be up ahead. We need to find this Wraith, and we need to do it fast. Who knows how fast this corrupted fog will spread.
I couldn't agree more.
I was actually thinking about it, Mr. Red. In fact, let's just look it up right now.
You'll regret this.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
Well, at a glance, it looks like our most recent numbers is 2017.
Tiara's breath! Help!
Make it quick.
I'm coming. Hang on.
Get ready.
So that would be... That doesn't make sense.
Of course.
By the Guardians. Thank you. That was a bloody close call. You certainly aren't a priest. Are you a pilgrim?
Not really.
Oh. Then what brings you here? Not the best time to travel across Io, I'm afraid.
I'm looking for a dark elven priest. Any idea where he could be?
Ah, yes, that Wraith fellow. He's south of the old monastery. But a word of warning, he's not the most talkative of folks.
I see. Thanks.
It's the least I can do. Anything else?
What were you doing all the way out here?
Me? Oh, just plucking berries for today's meal. Lately, the wildlife has gone pretty crazy, though. I wonder if that has anything to do with this blood burn everybody was talking about a moon ago.
That's all. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome, child. May Hiran's winds carry you swiftly.
I'm muted. It sounds like in wild estimates, about 385,000 people are born a day on the planet Earth right now. Now you're probably thinking, why point that out? Well, when you're killing 10,000 people a day, just to, you know, keep a thing. There you go. Keep the thing going. That was, of course, 3 years ago. I have no idea what that's like now, or anything else they're related to.
Interesting.
More travelers. What do you want?
Are you Wraith?
Who's asking?
A friend of Silverhand.
That doesn't make it better. Listen, I'm not in the mood for a chat. If it's sermons you came here for, go talk to the other pilgrims. I'm sure they can't wait to bombard you with their stupid, idiotic blathering.
We need your help. The Morhir elves are suffering from a plague called the Corruption. They've traced down the cause of it to the Halayish ruins in Leafshade, but...
Please, hold it right there.
Why?
I don't care. I'm sorry, but I simply don't. Now, is there anything else you need? No? Then thank you and goodbye.
Look, the Morhir really need your help.
And I really don't care.
Wow. There I thought altruism was dead.
Look, girl, if life taught me anything, it's that there's far too many people who care far too much about other people's business. I won't be one of them. And even if that were different, the Morhir would be the last people I'd help. They are the epitome of self-importance and arrogance. I owe them no loyalty. Now, please, move along. I have things to do.
All right, that didn't go well. Let's go take a look around. Maybe someone else can help us.
Good luck with that.
Yes.
Oh, hello, stranger. You're not from these parts, are you?
No, I just arrived. You're a priest of Tiara, aren't you? I recognize that crest.
Well observed. Yes, I am.
I'm glad you like the Enigma machine. I'm sorry you had to watch the old stuff, though.
Do you know anything about that Dark Elf? Why is he here?
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't know about that. He's very taciturn. But you've probably noticed that yourself.
Look, I really need his help. A lot of lives depend on it. Can you think of any way to convince him?
I don't know. I've seen him pray at an altar in his shack some time ago, so maybe if you go there... but no, you shouldn't do that. Not without him knowing.
Okay, I don't think we have a choice. Let's take a look at Wraith's shack.
Here we go.
Okay. $40K lore is interesting, though, because there's actually two lores to 40K. There's the, ridiculous lore, and then there's the serious lore. There's usually not a lot of bleed over, but there's some good stuff there. I'm glad you can somehow enjoy the older stuff, Enigma. I don't mean that as an insult. I legitimately don't understand why people would like the older stuff. Funniest thing that happened in 40K? I mean, the hero of the Imperium comes to mind immediately.
Okay. I don't think we have a choice. Let's take a look at Wraith's shack.
Hey, Wraith's shack is completely overwhelmed by spiders.
Huh. A drawing. A boy and a woman.
Oh, that's tragic. Do you think they were his family?
Maybe. We should go talk to him.
Will do.
Hey, dude. So, your family's dead. Will you come help us? Please. Oh, god dang it. I mean, I wouldn't try. But then again, there are things that are more over the top than Warhammer 40k. Yes, really. Look up Gurren Lagann sometime.
Get ready!
God dang it. Come on, YouTube. Be less crap for 5 seconds. There you go.
Yes?
We found the memorial. And the drawing. Was that your son?
Claws of Nor. You're really starting to get on my nerves, you know that? Who the heck do you think you are?
Look, lives are at stake here. Don't you get that? People will die if we don't stop the corruption. Men, women, children. You know what it's like to lose someone, don't you? Then why don't you just help us? I don't get it.
Because it's pointless. It's also goddamn pointless anyway, so why even try?
I didn't know I was in this game.
What's pointless? Why?
That boy. He was my son. The bloodburn took him, together with my wife.
I'm sorry. When did that happen?
6 moons ago. But please, spare me the verbiage. You're not sorry because you didn't even know them. You wanted to appeal to my better self, and it worked. Good job. So, yes, I'll come with you and take a look at that fog. If there's anything I can do about it, I will. If I can't, then bad luck. Give me some time to gather my things. I'll meet you at the mountain pass.
You got it.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he doesn't feel great. I'm pretty sure she feels much worse, though. Like, much worse.
Yes?
Let me see.
When the sun shines onto the turquoise marble of Old Haliash, it is difficult not to admire the greatness of what was once the largest Hibernian city on Io. Only the story of its creation may dampen an explorer's enthusiasm. Like most Hibernian cities,
Corporal?
He even looks like a bundle of joy. Look at his portrait icon.
Wraith, what a pleasure to see you.
Sure. Where is that corruption, or whatever you call it? And what is it?
It's a plague, much like the bloodburn, only that it seems to spread through nature. Whoever or whatever gets infected becomes completely crazy.
Like the rabies?
Only that it affects humans and tree ants too. There's a giant red fog down south, and we believe it's the cause of the corruption. But whoever enters it dies.
Any ideas? Could that be black magic?
It's possible. I'll have to take a look at it. Can you show me?
Certainly. Tahar, could you take their new friend and Varden to the fog? Silverhand will stay here and protect the camp.
All right. Yes, sure, I can take you. Follow me.
That's it. That's the fog.
I see. Yes, that's definitely black magic. Necromantic miasma, to be precise. Though it's been a long time since they were used, because they're practically uncontrollable. The last noted occurrence was during the Hibernian era.
Used? So you think someone caused this deliberately?
I don't know. If so, that someone would have needed knowledge of Hibernian rituals.
But can you cure it?
No. But let me try something. Good.
A golem? What for?
Well, to find out what's behind this, we need to get to the center of it. But since I doubt any of you would like to get that fog into your lungs, I found ourselves someone who doesn't mind. I see what he sees.
Good thinking.
Stand back.
It's not actually a golem, that's a demon, but, you know, whatever.
A man. There's a man, he... Gnaw's claws. That was quicker than expected.
But you saw someone, right?
Yeah. An elf. More here, by the looks of it. Shaven head and a scar on his scalp.
Wait, Arlen? No, that's impossible. How did that scar look like?
It stretched from his forehead to the top of his head. And he had a long brown beard.
Yes. Yes, that's Arlen Finrior, our first scryer, but... I don't understand. Why is he here? How come the fog doesn't harm him?
He's controlling it.
I beg your pardon?
I said he's controlling it. It's the only explanation. And as long as he's alive and upholding the spell, there's nothing I can do about the fog.
What now?
Well, as I see it, there's only one way to end it. We need to disable him, or what he used to summon the miasma in the first place.
How?
Complicated. But let's discuss that at the outpost. Silverhand will want to be involved in this.
Indeed he does.
Please stop talking in my head.
That's interesting, to say the least. Do you have any explanation for this, Varden?
I don't.
What a mess. And Wraith, there's absolutely no way to protect oneself against the fog?
No.
Then what can we do?
Let me think. Right now, there's only one solution I can think of. But you won't like it.
Anything is better than nothing. Tell us.
Finria used Hibernian necromancy to conjure that plague. We could use Hibernian necromancy to end it.
How?
By conjuring something a bit more... powerful. Something that can withstand the miasma and end Arlen's spell, one way or another. However, I can't do that on my own. Hibernian necromancy is complex and not my area of expertise.
What do you need, then?
Well, ideally, the grimoire of an Hibernian Valis, a shaman, but I doubt we'll be that lucky. However, Hibernian crystal shards will do too. They can help me focus. In other words, our best bet would be to look through the ruins for these.
Hibernian crystal shards? Like the ones they used for their portals?
Yes. If you can bring me a handful, that might be enough to channel my magic for the ritual.
I'm not sure. You want us to search all of Helaish just in hopes of finding those shards?
You asked me for a solution, and I made a suggestion. If you don't like it, I'm more than happy to go back to the monastery.
No. I'm sorry, this is all a bit much. Tahar, I hate to ask, but can you take care of this? Silverhand and I need to stay back and make sure the outpost is secure.
I can try.
Thank you. And one more thing. Could you also have a chat with Commander Zyla? You've won a lot of battles, and you could help us set up a proper defense.
I'll see what I can do.
Good. Again, Tahar, we truly appreciate your help.
Well, it is settled then. Tahar will search the Hibernian ruins for the shards, while we try to keep the purity and the abominations at bay. And Wraith, Silverhand believes we should have a chat. He heard what happened to your family. It's a tragedy.
If you insist.
Are you Commander Zyla?
Yes, and you're Tahar. Your eyes.
You have something strange about you.
I get that a lot. Listen, Scryer Merilith said I should give you some advice regarding the defense of this outpost.
Advice, huh? Well, I guess you do know what you're doing, else you wouldn't still be alive, would you? Well then, I have a better idea. Why don't you just have a chat with the workers and tell them what to do? You know, where to put the barricades, towers, the usual. I think we both don't have time for lectures.
Yeah, I can do that.
Good. I trust you fully in this matter. Just make sure to have enough of our workers gather Lenya. Silverhand's mages are eating those bloody leaves like there's no tomorrow.
Lenya? What's that?
Oh, right. I forgot. You're an Everan. Lenya are the plants that grow around Aria pools. The two are very similar. Both are infused with magic. Only that Lenya plants are far more, concentrated than Aria, and humans don't know how to process it. In short, elven druids and mages need to consume it regularly for their powers.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Then do your best, Tahar. I'll do mine.
What do we need?
As you want.
What is it?
Let's burn them.
Damn it. This is more complicated than I thought.
She's busy about Falkenstein.
For them.
I'll save my tears for another day.
It will be bloody.
Very busy.
Let's see. Whatever's necessary.
It will be swift.
Quite the breeze, isn't it?
You read my mind.
Ah!
Literally, I suppose.
Well then, yes, almost there. It will only take a second. Salga Sevranter.
Is that a drag? It's a wyvern.
What do you want?
Found some. I'm so sorry, Compeluso. I understand the feeling, though. When Theatrhythm came out, I was going for, what is it, double S or triple S?
Yes, a good idea.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Damn it. This is more complicated than I thought.
We're being attacked!
They won't stand a chance.
Yes?
I understand.
I don't think you can be evil at all. You can be a dick, Mr. Red. But I haven't seen any actually evil options. They really like those iron ones, don't they?
What do you
read my mind?
Prepare yourselves.
They will fall.
What is your command?
They won't stand a chance.
Hello, Kid Viper. Haven't seen you in forever. What's up? Yeah, these iron ones kind of suck.
I'll make it quick.
whatever's necessary. You'll regret this.
What do you need? Oh, that's why. I keep trying to cast Clarity. Rank 3 Clarity is just an aura. That's why it won't let me cast it. I've been sitting here... You probably have noticed me doing this several times. Like, why can't I cast Heal? It's because it's just up now. That's nuts.
Yes?
Imagine if Warcraft 3 wasn't an RTS, but was an RPG, and you've basically got this game. I don't want to sound dismissive, but that's the broad strokes. Okay, so we do have the Iron Source coming. Good.
You read my mind.
Just keep pushing, just keep pushing.
What's next?
Understood.
All right, here goes nothing.
Oh no, it's the same. It's the same heal it was. It's just, it's always up now. Which is crazy.
That way?
They won't stand a chance. Prepare yourselves.
Cover a rear hair.
You'll regret this.
Yes?
No reason to take losses. It doesn't mean I have less buttons to hit, I just realized, but that's okay, I guess. We do have a bear. It's always good to have a bear, you know.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
I'll make it quick.
You know what, honestly.
Of course, Grant.
Well, you know how things are, Kid Viper. And...
So the Purity is looking for an artifact. That explains why they're here. But what?
No clue. Here we go.
And yes, I'm pretty sure those are war golems.
Need control.
The iron ones. Fun looking things. Flaming iron golems.
Is there anything you need?
Get ready. All right, here goes nothing.
We should be able to get this out of the way. Let's send word to the outpost. They can get some workers over here.
For God's sakes. Okay.
Good idea.
Look at the pile of bodies. There might have been a battle around here. Can we get some fire? Deal with that.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
I have it. No, of course I don't.
Yes.
Okay.
We're being attacked!
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some interesting things here. Oh, fire golems were mean. Right up until you encountered the fire immunes or the fire absorbs.
Alright.
And then all of a sudden your build went from being amazing to worse than worthless in one spell swoop. Still really good in the lower difficulties where you don't encounter those, though.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Okay, do we have... Nope. Not there yet.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
We need that one.
Scryer, we lost a sector.
I'm not evil in this game, Enigma. Although I'm not sure who the most evil person is in this game so far. Really.
Here we go.
It would probably be that woman. I forget her name. The one-eyed woman who's in charge of the Bane. I'd probably put it as her.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
She's got issues, yo. Now, fortunately, we've had some good stockpiles going on. In fact, how are they doing? Oh, they're kind of full up. That's okay. That's okay.
So, what's the plan?
Good idea.
We're being attacked!
Admit I don't remember her name. Where? Oh.
Let's burn them.
I'm ready.
Get ready!
No, I meant the not the woman that's being mind controlled. I meant the Bane leader, the fanatic, who was like, "Yes, we're evil and stupid." I'm pretty sure that's what she was saying, word for word, actually.
Expansion is the key to victory.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
The borders don't connect though. Still.
They won't stand a chance.
Most evil person in Warcraft? That gets into definitions of evil. Because there's cruel people, and then there's personally evil people, and then there's people who wipe out planets. I mean, you know.
It will be swift.
Yes.
Yeah, there's gradients going on here. That's what I'm trying to say. Where? Oh.
The rocker.
All right, give me a second.
Most insidiously evil person in Warcraft? Let me think about that.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Excellent.
Yes. For the fire wielders!
Yeah, no kidding, Lineruth. Not that I know too much about specifics, but I know more than enough.
Ellen blesses us with her rays. A good omen.
It's either Sylvanas or one of the Nathrezim, I'd say. I'd have to think more.
Building completed.
Let's get some lumber stored here.
Focus.
That'll enable me to get this upgraded.
Corporal? I'll make it quick.
It will only take a second.
Tiara's breath. That was close.
Wait, what
They
was?
seem to be coming from the south. Maybe that's where we should look for the corruption then.
Go.
An old abandoned camp. Looks elven. Finn and Mir.
Huh. I didn't know the Finn and Mir elves took an interest in Hibernian ruins.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Just give the word. All right, here goes nothing.
It will be bloody.
Sweet. Medusas. That's what I was hoping for. Did they finish? They finished. Okay, so that means we can now expand this one. Just keep that train going.
What do you require? Prepare yourselves.
Here we go.
Building completed.
Let's burn them.
Zarek
Fair
guides
enough.
me.
Let's do this.
Perfect. Do that.
Good idea.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
For the fire wielders!
So, what's the plan?
I'll make it quick.
Oh no, it's an Arak. It's the Arak? I don't know. Some.
Well then.
Oh, they don't. They're starting to get some stocks going. They've got something on what is in this region. Yeah, no, that one.
Look at that. A crystal shard. Just like the ones we found on the Hibernian island.
Guess we got lucky. Still
Where's the... I was just looking at it. There it is.
that way.
I'll be swift.
Huh. Interesting.
How they doing? A little over halfway there. That's already under construction, so we can get that force going. Oh, that's going to be way up there, but that doesn't matter.
Yes, almost there. We will be swift.
What do we need?
Good idea.
Building completed.
I understand.
Oh, that's a biggie.
Tian! His breath. That thing is strong.
We might need more troops to deal with it.
I think we'll need troops to defeat it.
We got this, guys. Yeah, I think Alt Gul'dan was someone who was surprisingly... I don't want to say sympathetic, that's actually inaccurate, just understandable for how horrible he was. It's just interesting. But yeah, our Gul'dan, he's, well, a lot of villains that are basic, aka don't have any fleshing out, tend to be the most horrible because they're very basic and they have nothing fleshing them out. So their motivation is basically, screw you, or I'm evil, and that's kind of it. And that's our Gul'dan. He really didn't have a lot going for them other than die. Not a lot to build off of there, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, we got the food going. Oh, looks like they finished. Yay! Hello. So the short answer is no on Falkenstein. The long answer is it's very complicated and kind of depends depending on the specific circumstance of the individual, because there's a lot of individual retconning that was done despite the fact that originally it was supposed to be a single branch-off point, which was discontinued, so...
Give me a second.
Building completed.
In Gul'dan's case, who knows? Flip a coin.
Let's burn them.
Alt Gul'dan is the one from Warlords of Draenor. The one who is a character. The one who actually gets a decent amount of screen time and characterization to him. Our Gul'dan is just... and that's about all there is to him, like I said. He's only really had any screen time in Warcraft 2 and in one mission in Frozen Throne.
Focus, Syria. Focus.
Even that one mission was a cutscene.
Ooh, we will be swift.
What's next?
Okay, so... Oh.
Let me take a second.
Yes?
I'll do what's required.
Another Titan's armor, nice. So the original intent, Von Falcon, since apparently I'm not being clear about this, the original intent was the timelines diverged the moment Garrosh showed up. But then after the fact, they changed their minds on that and said, oh no, certain things are different because this is always an alternate version of Draenor, which has certain things different from our version of Draenor.
What would the Crown have wanted here?
General Noria. I can feel his echo. And someone else. Someone powerful.
Huh.
So. I am 99% certain the only reason they decided to say, oh no, it's a different timeline entirely, not just a branching timeline, is that way they wouldn't have to keep too careful track of people's ages or certain events that had already happened in pre-established history prior to the branching point and blah, 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 blah. I suppose that is the cynical answer, but it is probably the true one.
The outpost has been built. We've expanded our borders.
Yes? Fine.
You will miss certain story beats of WoW Classic, yes.
Damn it.
Call it so. However, other than WoW Classic, you can do the whole thing, yes. In one steady go. Probably not, I say Ross, but then again, they seem to be abandoning the idea of continuity in general, so who knows at this point.
Fair enough. Let's do this.
We'll see what they do with Breath of the Wild 2.
And here's the last one. I can't believe it. Let's head back to the outpost.
I am ready.
No, alternate Gul'dan actually had purpose. Evil, but purpose. Yeah, my copy should be showing up Friday, I say Ross. Not that I'll be playing it until I play it on camera, of course.
Is it so hard to understand that I don't want to talk about this? I'm here and I'm trying to help you, isn't that enough?
Silverhand's just trying to be.
Well, don't. And please, just stop talking about yourself in third person. It's ludicrous. Yes? Did you find the shards?
WoW Vanilla technically doesn't exist. It's a completely separate game at this point.
I do. They weren't even that hard to find. Here.
Show me. Yeah, that'll do. So, now let's get to the unpleasant part. Remember how I told you that you wouldn't like my proposal?
Yes.
Well, there's a reason necromancy is frowned upon. And why even some dark elves shy away from practicing it. Even me.
What are you trying to say?
For what I need to do, I will need blood. A sacrifice.
Are you joking?
I'm not. You asked for my help, and this is all I can offer. If you want to try solving this with a jar of butterflies, go ahead. Anything that's alive can't survive in the miasma, save for the one who caused it. One life will suffice.
Who did you have in mind?
Seriously, Tahar? I can't believe you're even considering this.
It's the only way.
It can be anybody. As long as the blood was still running in the Chosen's veins at the time of sacrifice, it will work. I suggest...
I'll do it.
Varden.
I said I'll do it. It's Arlen who caused this, and even though I don't know the reason, I should have seen it. His expeditions, these speeches he gave in the council, I was too occupied with cutting a good figure among the scryers. If this fog spreads again, it may be the end of the Moor here. We have nowhere else to go, especially not with that madman Lacane in power. Ironic. So bloody ironic.
The Moor here need a leader, Varden. If you kill yourself, who is it gonna be? Arlen? No, that's not gonna happen. There has to be another way. Silverhand?
Silverhand doesn't know.
It's fine, Silverhand. It's my choice. Wraith, what do I need to do?
I'll need a Hibernian altar to perform the ritual. Since this used to be a Hibernian city, there should be one close by, but we'll need to do some scouting.
I'll see if I can find one.
Do that. Varden, I would like to talk with you in the meantime.
Yeah, happy pre-birthday, Kalapalooza. I do hope you do something slightly fun tomorrow. Only slightly, though. Oh, hey, we're about to lose the post.
Damn it. It's more complicated than I thought.
For the record, I hate WoW Classic, but I'm still in favor of the fact that they preserved it for other people to play it.
A wonderful day.
So that's awesome.
Truly smiles upon us.
Yes. So anyways, Kid Viper is like, hey, what do you feel about the flux nature of the current gaming? That I'm not sure it's physically possible for you to ask a more vague question, sir. I'm gonna need a little more than that. Wait, hang on. If you asked me, what do you think about books? That might be a little bit more vague. I'd have to think about that.
It will be bloody.
What do you think about video games? Okay, that's pretty vague. So okay, there we go. We've gone vaguer. It took a little work, but we did it.
Building completed.
You read my mind.
Okay, so that's gonna take a minute. Not that it matters.
Let's burn them.
You got it.
Expansion is the key to victory.
Over here. Space.
Good.
Yes, that should do. Well, I don't know how to say this. Are you ready, Varden?
I am.
Yeah.
Tell the Moor here that I'm sorry.
I didn't hit anything there.
And that Xyla should lead them from this point on.
I will. Varden, Silverhand, he doesn't know what to say.
It's okay. Wraith, do it.
Understood. It won't hurt.
Wait, I
thought you said it wouldn't hurt.
Blazes, what's happening?
It's almost over. It's done.
Why? I thought you said it wouldn't hurt.
I saw his hesitation. If I had told him what really awaited him, he might have backed out.
What about the beast you wanted to summon? Where is it?
In the shards. Let's talk at the location of the miasma.
Tiara's breath. What a mess.
I know it sounds dramatic, but he died for his people.
Yes, he did. Let's just hope it was worth it.
Well then, time to put an end to this. What do we do with his corpse?
Let Silverhand take care of it. You go on ahead. He will meet you at the outpost. So much death. It's always the same.
No, absolutely not, Kid Viper. But that's only because I don't believe in absolutes. I don't think maintaining old versions of every game is feasible. Now, that being said, I think effort should be done to maintain older versions of games in, many cases. That should be the standard, if you will. But, yeah. And yeah, no, I am extremely pro-classic. I just absolutely despise it. No contradiction, no memeing. There's a reason why WoW Vanilla is specifically on the forbidden list, and if it's not, it's specifically executive vetoed. Never gonna happen.
Got it.
Huh. We could just walk through.
I'm injured.
So this is problematic. I was supposed to talk to him first, apparently. Figure.
I need help over here. I'm injured.
Thank God I have a constant heal aura going.
Come on, don't die on us now.
Yep, nope. Out.
Sounds like a plan. I need help over here.
If we hit lottery winning levels, sure. If someone donates into the millions range, sure. Otherwise, nope.
Now would you
Tahar, where's Silverhand?
Making sure that Varden gets a proper burial. Are you ready to summon the Devourer?
Yes, just say the word.
Let's do it.
I am. Send it in.
Good. Step back.
We're being attacked!
By what? Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
What's next?
Yes, Eitri. And to be clear, I am not joking about that.
We're being attacked!
Like, I've had people donate in the thousands range, and that's awesome and horrific, and I hate it when people do that, and I'm very, very grateful when people do that. But, WoW Vanilla would be above thousands. It's ignoring the fact that WoW Vanilla would be a horrifically long run. Might even surpass Persona 5. Come on. Well, like I said, it's kind of case by case, Kid Viper. Although I suppose that's my answer to everything. Hey, it's a mutated abomination. Sweet. My favorite thing.
Is there anything you need?
No. No.
What do you require?
Is the fog gone? I think the fog's gone. Would you believe nothing? Yeah, I mean, the graphics card is the answer. And I have been refreshing periodically, even while playing this very game, just to see about availability. $23 million, Calapaluso. And some sprinkles. If there's no sprinkles, no deal.
Is it dead?
I think so. What on Io was that thing?
A spectral abomination. If I had to make a guess, I'd say that the power of the miasma somehow made it stronger.
Well, it's dead now. What about the fog? Do you think it's safe to go in?
It is. The Devourer destroyed the source of the miasma. And it seems your friend Arlen is still alive.
He's right there.
I did what I came here for. The corruption is stopped, and this is where our ways part.
Now? Don't you want to know what Arlen has to say? Why he did this?
Truth be told, I don't care. It's always the same. Misguided idealism, selfishness, fear. Farewell, Tahar. Maybe I'll see you again, maybe I won't.
Farewell.
Come, Tahar. Let us see what Finrir has to say.
5 times in my life I've gotten $1,500 donations, Mockingburns. So I suppose all 5 of those qualify.
Corporal?
Taha, I figured you were behind this.
So, I'm sorry. WTF?
You're dying. Who or what did that to you?
That thing. The abomination. I wanted to stop the corruption, but then it appeared out of nowhere. I guess I had it coming.
Why, Harlan? Help me understand. Why did you summon the corruption?
Can't you guess? Our people. We had lost our way. The Guardians, Ellen, they were all we have. They just don't see it. They think it was just our perseverance that made us survive throughout the years. But it wasn't. It was Ellen, our mother. But they betrayed her. They forgot our origin, forgot what our culture was all about.
But why the corruption? Blazes, you killed people, Arlen. What were you hoping to gain from it?
I wanted to show them that the Guardians can also be punishing. I wanted to show them what their wrath looks like. Humility. That's what they were lacking. And Varden and his rationality only made it worse. All he cared about was himself and becoming the first scryer.
Varden is dead. He sacrificed himself to cure the corruption.
What?
That miasma. It's necromancy. The worst kind. That devourer we summoned to destroy the crystal was made with Varden's blood.
I don't know what to say.
So you thought the corruption would bring the Moyher back to Ellen? Restore their faith?
I did. But it was foolish. I see that now. That crystal. I thought I could control it. But things got out of hand. The corruption became so much worse than I thought it would. At first, I thought clearing the pools would work. But it didn't. When the corruption came back, I knew that I needed to do something. That I needed to destroy the crystal. Well, you see how it worked out. Still, I did what I thought best. I'm not a murderer, just a servant of Ellen who lost his way.
There's a couple people who might disagree with you on that. It's hard to say since they're freaking dead.
Your regret won't bring back the dead.
He's dead, Tahar.
Let's go back to Silverhand.
Well, that was wonderful. That's exactly what I was picturing this day going out like. Hey, so 2 of the Elven leaders just died for no reason. One of them deliberately started a plague to ensure people would return to their faith. The other one self-sacrificed, partially willingly, in order to stop the other one. You're welcome.
What do you want? Huh?
Oh, and no, we're not going to try to beat the game tonight, Colin Blue. So I've already decided after we finish this particular thing, I'm going to chop off.
What a blasted mess. What a blasted, stupid mess.
I guess Commander Zyla didn't take the news well.
You guessed right.
For what it's worth, the plan worked. We cleared the corruption, and Arlen is dead.
Silverhand sees. He felt a shift, but after all that happened, Silverhand was too cautious to make assumptions. Tell Silverhand everything, Tahar. He wants to know. Interesting. A misguided fool, as there are so many.
What's your opinion on what he did?
Silverhand doesn't know. Arlen obviously wasn't a monster. He wanted the best for his people, which he thought would be to lead them back to the Guardian faith. A noble endeavor, but his methods, so foolish. He toyed with things he could not understand. Blazes. Hibernian necromancy. How could he not see where that road would lead? Ah, well, no point in thinking about it now. Fate has decided, and all that can be done now is to look forward and strive for a better future.
What will become of the Moor here?
A good question. We shall see. Commander Zyla is a capable woman, and after the purity has been stopped, which you will do, Silverhand can feel that. He can feel that they will find a new home. Until then, Silverhand is certain that the Moor here will stay loyal to you and help you in the battles to come. Thank you for your help, Tahar. You once again stopped something horrible from happening, and they shall meet again. Silverhand's sure of that.
All right. Safe travels, Silverhand.
All right. Anything else you need to do here, Tahar? If not, I suggest we head back to Mullendeer. Our elven allies will want to know what happened here.
Okay. That's fun. But we have refortified the elves. That is all three factions refortified and reinforced. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual, we will conclude this game. I don't think we have much left. I really don't. We have one other area to go to, and then probably whatever the finale consists of, plus endings. So that's probably a few hours tomorrow. And then we will, of course, do the Rumination, which means no second stream tomorrow, which means we will start the Halo cycle Thursday. By the way, necromancy isn't evil in my setting. But then again, I'm not sure anything is. Like, any energy source is just innately evil in my setting. So we still need to advance the quest to finish her thing. Isgrim, we never got his thing, and the axe we're just not doing at this point, so... Well, I mean, what's left von Falkenstein? Real question. Like, go ahead and spoil at this point, because to my knowledge, we only have 2 areas left. Literally, 2 areas left. Either way, if we beat the game before 8 p.m. tomorrow, I will be happy, because that means I won't have to stay up late in order to do the post-game rumination. So, that'll be nice. Either way, that'll be tomorrow. I'll see you guys.